Hey everybody, this is Cheryl Rosado. I am out here at the polls. I've been out here since before 6 o'clock. It was awfully chilly and cold this morning. I actually got kicked out of the first place I was at, so reporting that to the county, and we'll see if we can get that fixed. But in the meantime, instead of getting arrested, I decided to come to a different polling location. And I'm out here with my friend Susan, and you want to come say hi? This is Susan. She's out here with me, and we are out here just passing out information, encouraging people to vote for conservatives and conservative causes. And I just wanted to let you guys know what's up. It's been, I've done this so many times before, and this is definitely like kind of the craziest, like the busiest. There's actually no line at this polling location, so it's quick, but there's just so many people compared to usual. And then the place where I was at before, the polls didn't open on time because they were having printer issues, and there was definitely a line over there. So I don't know. Okay, do you know how long it is? Yeah, okay, so I'm just hearing at the college right here, the line is past the 75-foot line. And I know that in Levine, Arizona, that one of the locations, it's also not saying exactly. It says like the wait is 8 minutes, but it's definitely at least 20 over there. So we're still working on getting everything up to date online, so people know where to go. And we're just out here trying to be helpful. We had the No on Prop 139 bus come visit us, and that was exciting. So busy morning, great energy. I've got so many people appreciative of us being out here, and I will see you guys later. We're gonna have Alan Skillicorn on. We're gonna talk numbers. We're gonna see how the day looks, and just stay positive, everyone, and keep praying for the best to happen. So just wanted to touch base with you guys. I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh, nice.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing. Yeah.
So that's what you guys do, hijack wallets, huh?
That would be bad.
You're working too hard, boss.
Just keep an eye on everything.
All right, friends, we're dressing up the studio right now. So our first community reporter, Cheryl, is in, and she has a lot to add to the conversation. So we have to just get the cameras pointed, everything going the right way. Won't take long. Will not take long.
heard like very quiet music. I didn't hear you already. Hey everyone, it's Cheryl Rosado with Chips and Salsa, and it's election day, the day that we all work for, the day that we've all been looking forward to and waiting for so long. It's finally here. I voted today. And you voted today too. And if you haven't yet voted, please get up and now the lines are only getting longer, and unfortunately, from what I'm hearing, problems at the polls are also growing. Whether it's super long lines, prayers going down, prayers going down, it's just as usual chaos in Maricopa. So, got all that to talk about. I'm going to tell you about my adventures electioneering. We did some electioneering a bit earlier this week, and then I went to today. Took my kids out. We had a great time, and we have Fountain Hill Councilman Alan Skillcorn here. He's going to be chatting numbers with us and talking about what's going on. I know right now he is on Twitter looking for the latest and greatest updates to show. So let's get right into it, and I'm glad to be here. Don Jorge is at the polls right now working. He is a poll inspector, I believe. So he's I'm sure, very, very busy right now. So thank you for all that you do with that, George. And he will be back next time to tell us about his adventures living in person. And I wanted to take a minute before we go any further to thank our very favorite sponsor, Pure 5 Extraction. We really appreciate the studio. We love having a spot here to bring our guests to. It's always fun to go live and be out and about, but it's nice to have a place to call home. And thanks to Pure 5, we have that. So thank you so much. So I wanted to talk about electioneering. So if you don't know, electioneering is when you go to your polling location and you have to stand outside the 75-foot line. You can wear whatever gear you want. This is what I wore, my Vote No on Prop 139 t-shirt. I alternated between Carrie Lake hat, and oh my goodness, this is live, you guys, and my Make America Healthy Again hat that I got from the RFK people. I took my kids, I was out there at 6 a.m. because that's when the polls opened, and I wanted to electioneer, and the very first thing that happened is I got kicked out. They said, oh, we don't allow electioneering here. Now, state statute says for it to be a non-electioneering site, it's supposed to be listed on the website, and I was not interested in fighting with them because I knew I had this show to do today, and I wasn't about to get arrested. So I just went ahead and I voted, and then I moved on to a different location that did allow electioneering, and I was there all morning. We had a really, really good turnout. It seemed like there was a lot of people who were very receptive to all the different stuff I had. I had my LD's golden ticket thanks to AZGOP, and then I had my LD's proposition ticket thanks to my LD, and I also had some Vote No on Prop 139 literature. Thank you to It Goes Too Far for giving us that. And so I had a nice good morning, and I was there for several hours just talking to people, encouraging them to vote no on the proposition. There were some people who said, oh, I'm only here to vote for Trump. And I said, well, thank you. He wants your vote. He likes your vote. He accepts that vote. Please also vote for Carrie Lake. And also, can you vote for Jeff Zink? And also, can you vote for Matt Evans for mayor? And so eventually they were like, well, just give me the list and I'll vote for the people. So we don't want, we appreciate those presidential votes, but it's the down ticket people that they really need your help and support. So don't ever forget about them. Later on, I took a break and I went home. And when I came back, I had all my kids with me. If you wanted to check me out on Twitter, you can see some of our pictures of our adventures over there. And my kids wore these. Can you see it? Turning Point gave us these over the weekend. We went to a Super Chase event in CD4 for Kelly Cooper, and we got to meet Charlie Kirk, and that was really awesome. Kelly Cooper is super close. We had Kelly on the show, and we are really rooting for him. I know it was awfully close over there, and the numbers just seem like they keep looking better and better for Kelly. So hopefully we'll hear some good news later. This morning when I was out electioneering, also the no on 139, the pro-life bus came by, which was very exciting. And Myra Rodriguez was in it, which I didn't expect. I ran over to take a picture, and then she came out and she was, excited to see us, excited that I had the shirt on, that we already had the literature to hand out. And I told her, oh, well, I'm only going to be here a couple more hours, and then I'll be going to pick up my kids and bringing them back. And so she said, oh, let me give you some swag for your kids to hand out. So the kids handed out these pro-life bracelets and these little babies that are, I don't remember how many weeks this is, but it is obviously the size of a baby in utero at some point. And so we handed those out to people, and people were very receptive, and the kids like handing stuff like this out. We also handed out from AZ Free Enterprise these Don't California My Arizona stickers, which they always get a laugh. So people like those. From the Trump campaign, we handed out these Team Trump stickers. Turning Point doesn't know it, but at their last event, the one that the Super Chase, they had some stickers that I took and we also gave out. So this one says Commie Kamala, and that got a big laugh. And then this one I think might have been my most popular sticker, and it says Republicans are hotter. So people got a kick out of that. We had some buttons to give out. This is from Latino Coalition, Family and Liberty in Spanish. And then these boots on the grounds one, I handed out to the other people who were there electioneering that I didn't know beforehand, but we got to be great friends while I was there. And then it was so nice. Jeff Zink's campaign, he bought the kids Chick-fil-A. So they were thrilled that we had volunteered over the lunch hour. And the Zink campaign also gave us some Trump stickers that we were able to hand out some of those to people. And then from last cycle, I still had a couple little pocket constitutions left over. So I handed out some of those. The Zinc campaign, they provided waters for us and granola bars. I had a PC who stopped by and she left us a ton of Jolly Ranchers. My children were so appreciative of all of these snacks, especially because I packed them snacks and I forgot them at home. I was, trying to get all my gear and all our stuff, and I forgot their snacks, and I was like, but of course it turned out all right. So that's all that. I had a really great time electioneering today. The only issue I did have was, and thankfully it was right when the food got there because my kids were not paying any attention to anything except for those chicken nuggets. But I had a lady who decided to roll down her window and start dropping the F-bomb, yelling at me and the kids, saying F Trump and F you. And I really, really didn't appreciate her saying that, especially in front. I who would talk like that when there's children? When I'm there by myself, what happened when was that? I think it was Halloween. I was electioneering at South Mountain Community College, and I had one of those white dudes for Harris come, and he was very upset about my t-shirt. He was just completely I don't know, just harassing me. He was screaming at me. He was calling me names. He also dropped the F-bomb, but he was, he making fun of my looks and things like that. I mean, just completely gross behavior. And he was wild. And like I said, but you know what? He wanted to be like that. At least my kids weren't there. That was just me. I'm an adult. I just rolled my eyes like, okay, whatever, guy, you want to act a fool, I will let you. But, that doesn't have anything to do with me. I wasn't going to respond in kind or anything like that. I just, let him throw his fit, and eventually I left, and he was still there trying to take pictures of me and my vehicle and stuff like that. But I went live on my Facebook page and talked about it because I wanted people to see that I was definitely beyond the 75-foot line, because he said I was trying to influence voters. And I said, electioneering is legal. And as far as like influencing voters, I don't know what you think commercials and signs are doing if they're not trying to influence voters. But okay, if that's legal, then I can be out here and ask people to please consider voting no on Prop 139. So that was kind of crazy. But like I said, at least I was by myself. So I really, really didn't appreciate that in front of my children. But they only had eyes for the food. So they weren't paying any attention. And thankfully she just drove away. But I don't understand what kind of people would talk like that or act like that in general, but especially in front of children. That's just classless behavior. I don't know. Anyways, so that's that. And I had overall a really good experience electioneering. A lot of people were very grateful for the golden tickets. They really appreciated. I saw some people who had their golden tickets with them, and thank you to everyone. I know there's been multiple people around the state who went out into their precincts and into other precincts handing out golden tickets. My kids and I did our own precinct, so I was very, very proud of that fact. And we also ended up going and helping in other precincts that needed help. So we got our golden tickets out to people, and to see them holding them, using them, bringing them into the polls was just very encouraging for me, for us to keep on the fight and stuff like that. So now let's go ahead and talk with our guest, Alan Skillicorn, who is, as he reminded me, fellow member at large with me for AZGOP. And he is a guy who likes numbers, which is why he's here today to talk to us about what's going on, what you think is happening. And we talked briefly earlier obviously the get out and vote early effort was massive this year, like never before, especially among Republicans. So how do you think that impacted day of voters?
When I look at my math, and again, thank you for having me. This is a treat. And the salsa is really good, especially for someone like today that I have forgotten to eat because I've been so busy. But according to my math, we're even in Maricopa County, we're still 80,000 votes in the lead right now. And that's probably credible because it's kind of I'm using the 50-50 split, but still, we're at a pretty good shot right now. But I want to remind people that anyone's listening live, right? Maybe if there's a little delay, you click in an hour later, right? If the polls are still open, I would like everyone in the audience to do two things. One, pray and fast. So no salsa.
No more salsa.
But the second thing is pull out your phone and find 10 contacts. You text them and just ask them, like,
did you vote today?
Not even did you vote? Because if we ask them if they voted and they say, if they don't answer, you don't get the next question, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, can you go out and vote for President Trump and a ticket, or if you already have a screenshot of a golden ticket, maybe attach it. And especially the people that are awkward that you don't talk politics with, like family members, right? What about that cousin? What about so-and-so? Just find 10 people in there that you don't normally bother about politics and send them that text. It could matter because the number. So the latest drop, I know you had the countdown, right?
Yes, I have Data Guru up on Twitter.
See, I don't like to give these guys the publicity, but
sorry.
But so there was a drop at 3, and actually you might be easier for you to, because I'm already past it. Because I just did a little math once he had his numbers there.
Was it this one?
Yeah, he had some percentages. Yeah, so yeah, I can read it from your screen there. He said independents had almost 66,000 Republicans, and I think this is for the day so far. 65,000, and then Democrats, he's at 21%, which I did the quick math on that. But
this is just the county; it's not the whole state.
It's Maricopa County.
Okay.
There was a drop a little bit ago from Pima, and I was like, "Oh, it's a great drop," but way the breakdown in independence is, we're losing votes.
Okay.
So in the past, we did amazing on election day, right? Like all of our Republican voters waited election day, and the election day voting was great. Well, now we're actually a little down. So we're eating into we have a lead. So statewide, it's almost a 200,000 vote lead. Countywide, it's like 100. But this here, so independents have outvoted Republicans by a small amount. Just go 50%, right? Plus the Democrats. I have my calculator app here. So if we add in the Democrat vote and those independents, the Democrats are actually gaining a little ground on us. So we're losing a few thousand votes there. Now there's also another scenario that some of these independents, a lot of people say, oh, independents are more conservative, right?
Mm-hmm. That's the
trend, but the trend is not that.
Thought.
I mean, we learned in 2022, everyone said, oh, the red wave's coming, right? And then we got demolished, we got crushed. And it's because independents inside with us, and we got to be very careful of that. So even like I think we go like a 60-40 scenario, and if that's the case, we're like losing our lead by like about 20,000 votes. But we had 100,000 votes to begin with, so we can give up some, right? That's fine. The strategy is working, but what's it going to be like the last couple hours? So the polls are only going to be open for another 3 hours 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be, the numbers should increase now. And I suspect there's going to be some locations that they're going to be voting after 7 because there's going to be a line.
Right.
Not all. It seems like, so I am a little concerned. Like where I was at, I went by 3 polling locations, before I came over here, and they actually were a little light, especially compared to 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And even the primary, these are busier at the primary parking lot being full at one of these locations on the primary day, and the parking lot was not completely full. Now, unfortunately, there's other events going on there, so it's in a way, it's like voter suppression, because now you have people playing bingo that are taking up parking spots for voters,
right? And
sometimes voters are 85 years old and can't walk very well, and if you don't leave good parking spots for them, maybe they go home. And we need every one of those. That's why we mentioned the hit 10 contacts
It's funny that you say that because my mom went to her usual polling location, and it used to be kind of in the back of the school where there was plenty of parking, and they moved it up to the front where the parking lot is a lot smaller. She said she drove around, there was no parking, so she's like, I just went to a different
her
location.
neighborhood trend more Republican or Democrat?
No, we're in this deep blue area.
So we'll take that. But I'm concerned that the Board of Supervisors has no interest in helping
Fixing
Republicans win.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what they do is they put more polling centers, voting centers in deep blue areas. They, restrict hours in more Republican areas. I worry about that, because, these people, they do like to, the meddle with elections. And people talk about the recorder, but it's actually the Board of Supervisors that runs the election day.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's also the recorder staff are involved, right? But it really the Board of Supervisors is responsible for election day, and they even took more power away from the recorder because they're expecting
an
actual
different
Republican
person to come in,
a real Republican to actually be recorder in the future. So,
you're right. I mentioned earlier before we went live that the polling location that I first went to, the polls didn't open on time. And when I at like 6:08, 6:10, I asked the worker, I said, why aren't the polls open yet? And he said, oh, the printer's not working. And I was like, okay, like.
So it wasn't checked yesterday? Why wouldn't it be checked the night before?
Exactly. Well, I don't understand why the printer wasn't working because this is a location that's been open. So like I don't think it was open yesterday for emergency voting, but it was open last week for early in person.
So what changed with last week?
Exactly. How
and why? Yeah.
I don't.
Again, they had one job.
Yeah.
And they've had 24 months to plan for this. Now, granted, bureaucrats are typically incompetent. And a lot of elected officials are incompetent. They couldn't run their own business. Maybe that's why they work for government, because they couldn't run their own business or they couldn't function in the private sector.
Yes.
Private sector, if you can't figure out how to make a printer work, you're looking for a new job.
Exactly.
Right? Now, unfortunately, in government, it means you get a big raise and you get a big pension, things like that.
That's the difference.
And that is, I mean, there's no accountability. But I say that, but the facts kind of prove it.
Yeah.
And it is interesting to hear. I've been in plenty of polling places at 5:30 in the morning, and the judges are ready to go. Everything should be set. It seems a little different in Bananacopia.
Right. And I was just letting you know too that I just heard that let's see. Now this was about an hour ago now, but that all the tabulators went down at Goodyear City Hall. I heard that the printers went down at Cooper Hills for a while, and at GCC they went down for a little bit and then they were back up. I know in LD12 they had a couple printers that were out of ink. How does that happen?
Yeah, you should check that. And frankly, procurement, which the people that buy ink, why wouldn't they just put a brand new toner cartridge in every printer before election day?
And why isn't there a backup?
I mean, frankly, they lease. I would suspect they lease those printers. So I mean, it's not any additional cost to it. It's just if someone didn't do the homework and didn't actually do their job.
Yeah. So it's and that's when I first told you that's what you said. You were just like, no, where's the Board of Supervisors? What are they doing today right now? Because why
I saw
these
Bill
things
Gates do a press conference, said, "Oh, nothing's wrong. There's nothing to see here." Kind of like Baghdad Bob. Right? There's nothing to see here as there's bombs falling behind him. And it's exactly why some of those guys are going away.
Yeah. Then they need to, because
actually all those guys, except for Tommy Galvin, is going away.
Yeah. Did everyone get primaried?
Or they're retiring.
Or yeah. Well, good. Good riddance.
Oh, and the 1D. So he's there for life.
Oh, yeah. Who was that? Steve Giardo. Yeah. So he represents me, unfortunately. Okay. We do have, someone running against him, but again,
but it's a very gerrymandered district.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, in a way, so we have 4, Republican districts and 1 Democrat. Now in 2020, if you watch some of those races, there was only 1 district that was safe R in 2020 because the rest of them kind of squeaked in.
Yeah.
Now I bet you Democrats are kind of mad they even challenged those people because they've been their best friends.
Yeah. So. Yeah, exactly. That's why we had to challenge
hopefully
them.
things will change. I think we'll get 1 or 2 really good people and we'll just see what happens at at this point in time.
In my LD, I heard that the Dems are out there and they're giving voters pizza, which I thought you'd be careful about.
This isn't Georgia. That's okay.
Giving voters things like
well,
I could give them
is it a bribe
stickers.
or is it
Exactly. I gave them this like stickers and stuff, but like we had all these Jolly Ranchers. I didn't give them to the voters because I was like, I don't know what's considered
if it
a bribe
was like,
and what isn't.
hey, I'll give you a piece of pizza if you vote for Carrie Lake, that might be a bribe, but
yeah.
Or more. So you mentioned the things that's on the ballot. Now the term when you're a political person is down ballot, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess non-political people don't think of it that way, but the local races, the props, the judges, things like that. Maybe that's what we should be talking about.
Those are the things we put our blood, sweat, and tears into, really, because those are the people that don't have the money, that we are the volunteers getting their signatures, getting them on the ballot, getting those $5 donations when they need them, and all that stuff, and then trying to be their army to door knock and all that stuff. I mean, those are the ones that you're right. Like it seems like they're often overlooked, but it's when you win those, like it's pure passion that's won those.
And it's
you
work.
Know what I mean?
It's work. So
yeah,
people there, even today, there are a couple people that came out of the polling and like, I didn't know who those people were, so we skipped those.
Yeah,
and those are important races. Those props are important.
Yes,
and I even in Republican circles, there's some disagreement on the props.
Oh yeah,
I think there's a few people
I know
that
from
are wrong.
LD to LD, there was I don't know that there were any LDs that had like matching props. Yeah,
because they're all pretty cut and dry, and there's a couple of no. And there's some that are really good. I know there's a couple that are controversial,
right?
And the arguments they had against it really didn't hold water.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see at the end of the day. I mean, and there's a couple of really bad ones. I mean,
140.
140 is really bad. I mean,
if you went,
we might just amend the Constitution to kill thousands and thousands of precious little babies.
Right.
That's horrible. That's shameful. And there's gonna be consequences for that,
right?
But that we might have voters that don't actually read it. I mean, I was in an argument the other day with someone, and they're like, because basically it opens the door to late term abortion because it is for not a medical reason but for psychological reasons. Which, since it's just a healthcare worker, it doesn't have to be an actual MD.
Right.
Perform as an abortion. Maybe you're a yoga instructor said you're not going to feel real well. If this happens, which is not untrue because it's a big physical,
change,
burden, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then this is a late term baby that is viable, but according to the text, that's going to be completely fine if that passes. And there's some person does argument with him. I'm like before you argue for this position and before you vote on it, maybe you should read.
Maybe we should see what it actually says.
See what it means.
Yeah.
Did you know that there's non-MDs? I mean, do you really want? That's a serious medical. Now, granted, will there be a lot of veterinarians doing this? Probably not, because they could get sued.
Right.
But is there a provision to really sue them, and is there a liability to that? We currently don't have that, and it'd be look at the court system. I don't think it'd go very far. So realistically, you could have unqualified people, but put mothers at risk too.
Right. And that's what I was trying to impress upon people. You can be pro-choice and still want to vote against this because it's a bad bill. It's just bad. Yeah. Like it will endanger women. Just flat out. It will, because there's not that the MD oversight. And if you have, someone who gets the abortion pill and they have an ectopic pregnancy, or the baby is further along than they thought, and the mother's not going to be able to expel the baby, and they're not going to understand what's happening with them until they're septic. Yeah. And
we've seen a couple
so risky and dangerous for women.
We've seen this in the news lately. I mean, it's not the fault of the states that they were in. But that we could be bringing that here, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. And I really try to impress upon people, like, if this fails, like, we're not going to lose abortion that you want. That's already here right now. Mm-hmm. Us fighting that's another battle for another day. Unfortunately, this battle for today right here is different, and this one is about truly protecting women. And also I had someone say, like, oh, nobody wants to have an abortion at 8 months, and I said, then why did they put that into the bill? If it's not going to happen, then why is it
So,
there?
and the way you frame that, both sides are reasonable, right? The person saying, well, no one wants to have a late term abortion. I get it, right? But you're also saying that then why did they put it in the measure, right? And just, unfortunately, there's going to be, there's some people who profit from this, and they're not looking out
There it is.
for the best. I mean,
that's it right there.
It's greed.
Uh-huh.
And we've seen it. The people, I mean, yeah, we are talking about something that doesn't happen a lot, but there are dozens and dozens of cases of these late term abortions, and it's because there's some greedy doctors that take advantage. And we're not even talking about the issue itself. We're talking about people who take advantage of others, and we're not taking advantage of anyone.
Let's see. They just check.
So we can talk about so what I'm kind of going to share with people what I'm going to be looking at tonight. About results, right?
Right, because you were talking about, and I know you mentioned it earlier while we were live, but you did talk about it earlier before that about the independents and what you didn't mention though. I don't think when we were live about the percentages that you think.
So there are people that spend more time with numbers than I that have come up with some scenarios, and let's just say for simple math like 60-40. And we're expecting this is actually some of the congressional candidates.
Okay.
And it's going to mirror a lot of the other races, right? So especially someone like Carrie Lake, right? Someone can vote for President Trump, and then how could they vote for Rubin? But there's going to be some. There's going to be a few thousand, and the race could come down to that.
Can we find one of those people and please interview them? If you are one of those people and you're watching, please contact us because I really want to talk to you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting conversation. I wonder if it's about personality, though. So think about the people that want to have low gas prices, that don't want crazy stuff in schools. They agree with us on all these issues, right? But they don't like President Trump's personality, right? Might be someone that he may not, reflect their delicate, prerogative, right?
The mean tweets thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And they vote for someone like Kamala Harris. Well, look at some of the Arizona celebrity Republicans that are supposedly voting for Kamala, right?
Right.
We got the traitorous mayor in Mesa.
Oh yeah.
We got Flaky Flake. We've got John McCain's son, right? Now, are they doing it just to become famous? Are they doing it because they want to be military industrial complex lobbyists? Maybe, right? Maybe. But they're really, do they really have these values or not? I mean, are they okay with minor children getting these drugs that will forever alter their body, yet those same children can't get a tattoo? Right? So they're okay with that, right? They're okay with, porn in schools. They're okay with that. Because they get their war, they get to sell a few bombs. They're okay with all this inflation. They're okay with 30-year-olds today never being able to own a home because prices are so out of control. Are they okay with sending jobs to Asia and Mexico?
I don't know how you
so much that they go vote for that. I don't understand that. So I kind of wonder if it's the same thing. Right. Or they're so mad at, President Trump was mean to my family. Hey, I get it. People are mean all the time.
Right.
But what's in your best interest? I mean, is it in your best interest that I don't think we can allow our kids to go to public school, but I'm still going to vote for Kamala Harris because this guy was mean.
Right.
Is that really the case?
Too ultimate, cut off your nose to spite your face. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Okay, so we are gonna take a break real quick and we will be back with more numbers, more chat with Alan Skillicorn. So stay with us.
Marketing and sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another 50 bucks. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, 40 bucks. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another 30 bucks. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Leadly, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, content AI, workflow AI, reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Leadly's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
So that's what you guys do, hijack wallets, huh?
That would be bad.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing. Yeah.
You're working too hard, boss.
Just keeping an eye on everything.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. So we were talking during the break about what the lines look like this morning. And I know our producer, Eric, was out in Scottsdale and it looked like a crazy long line. And I know that at South Mountain Community College, the line had definitely gone past the 75-foot mark and there were just people waiting and waiting. And where I was at the Baptist College on Broadway in South Phoenix. It was super, super busy, but there didn't appear to be like an actual line backed up. It was just crazy nonstop, which was very different from how it was in the primary and also very different from how it was last cycle. So it seems to be much more voters seem much more motivated. There was a line at South Mountain High School, but like I said, the polls didn't open on time and it was just kind of slow. So I don't know if the line was more from that than from actual like people in line, but that's how it was. But I do know that we talked about, I heard that AZGOP and Turning Point both had buses that they were out running the valley. So if you are at a place with a super long line, they were going to go to those places and sort of shuttle voters over to polling locations that did not have long lines to try and help alleviate and help things run as smoothly as possible. So you're welcome, Board of Supervisors, for us helping you out. And I do know that the online where it says like how long the wait times, that those were not right at all, because I know they said like,
oh really?
Yeah. There were several locations that were like, they said like 5 to 8 minutes, and the people in line were like, I've been in line 20 minutes.
That's actually exactly what I'm searching for right now.
Really? Yeah. So that
I was hoping that was accurate information.
Yeah, I that's not what I heard. I mean, I can't say that none of them are accurate. I just know, and of course you only hear about the problem areas too. That's what the people are reporting. Oh, this one wasn't right. Oh, this one wasn't right. I have my phone, my chats, Twitter, like I feel like everything's blowing up today. And I know it's not just me. I know that's everyone, but it has been crazy. And I just heard if in my own LD at one of the voting locations, the inspector let us know that today's turnout has surpassed the turnout from last cycle at that same location. So people are, let's see. And also at that location, it looks like they are down to one printer because everything else needs toner over there. So where are our printer people?
If they're using a printer, that means that they are people that are requesting ballots to vote in person.
Right, not just dropping off.
Yeah, they're not drop-offs. So I went to the Maricopa website, and I'm trying to search for current location to find a polling place, and the feature's not working right now.
Oh yeah, so
it's great.
Yesterday, I had somebody was like, "Where can I go for emergency voting?" And the little interactive map, it wasn't working, and so I was like, I couldn't find it, and I'm Googling, and I was like, not that I'm the greatest, but if somebody like me that like does this, that's into it, and that's, a little more on top of it than your average person, if I can't find out where it is, like this, it's definitely John Q. Public does not know where to go. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've heard a couple times that the interactive map has gone down, because I thought, how can I not see it? Like it was right here. I know where to look, and it wasn't doing it right. So, and
if you want a little more statistics,
yes,
a little bit more information, because we talked a little bit about what like the 3 o'clock drop was looking like. At least who had dropped off. Nothing's been counted yet,
right?
But who it looked like. But we have a little bit more information, and it mirrors the county information. So Arizona CD1, David Schweikert's district. Schweikert versus the commie, right? Actually, the Democrat is.
Are you in CD1?
I'm in CD1.
Okay.
And I actually know the Democrat. We've had pleasant chats. He's not a horrible guy. But
breaking news: Alan Skillicorn breaks bread with the commie. Okay.
Yeah. But we don't agree. We don't agree on all the issues. But he's probably more. I think he's actually more moderate than some people think. He used to be Republican. But he's opportunistic, but he's not. He's not America First. And he's not what we need to save our country. And he doesn't represent the district. So as long as that's said, we get that out of the way. We have a large early vote margin to work with. But looking at the numbers here, it looks like once we include independents, if we do include independents breaking 50-50, the Democrats are eating away at our lead by a small margin. Now, if we go... Let's do the math in my head. If we go like 60%, we're still way in the lead. But as it goes, we are losing our lead. Now it's like being like a football game. Well, we're up by 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and we'll play prevent defense and we might give up a touchdown, but we can't give up 2.
Right.
So that's just think of it that way. So that's a CD1. Which is Scottsdale, a lot of North Phoenix and such, and it's a very competitive district. It's it's purple. It's a slight Republican edge, but it's very, very close.
Okay,
and it's very suburban. So you do have some areas that you have those suburban mothers that tend to be fiscally conservative and socially liberal. To kind of give a demographic breakup there.
Hopefully they're leaning on the fiscal part right now with all this inflation, and they can.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's this emotional versus logical bent, and that's actually probably
Dare
why
you talk about women like that.
that's why I can be a little bit pessimistic, because like I kind of put emotion to the side and just purely logical and numbers and statistics. That's why I like that. But there's also another stat of who's voted today. And this is kind of interesting. So 45% of the Democrat check-ins were people who had a ballot mailed to them. So that's going to be the best Democrats there are, the highest propensity. Actually, the magic word for the 2024 election is propensity. Everyone's talking about, high propensity, low propensity.
Right.
So Democrats, it's their highest propensity voters. For independents, it goes down to 30%, 36%, and Republicans, it's 31%. So they're actually their best, most consistent voters are the ones showing up to the polls today. And for Republicans, it's the people that are probably consistent, but like they're not like the
4x4s.
If I was making a list of who I was going to knock doors for, these could be on the list, but these are my major target, right?
Okay.
So these are people that are a little more on the side, but also think about this, is that they're not the people who are normally consuming all the media. Will they vote down ballot? They might be voting for President Trump, but are they skipping down ballot races? That's something to think about.
Okay. I know like in the past, I've always heard like, oh, well, Republicans work, so they're going to vote after work. Do you think that's true today?
I think based on my door knocking experience, when I knock on a door and I can hear TV on and I can smell pot smoke, I probably know that is not the typical Republican voter that that I'm knocking door for.
Right.
But when you roll up, I roll up my little scooter, at 5 p.m. and they're pulling in with their Escalade after a hard day at work, they're probably gonna be Republicans.
Right. So I talked earlier about what I did today. Can you tell us real quickly what you did today?
So I was knocking doors for a bit. I was texting voters in Pennsylvania. I was texting voters here. And we are also stopping by some polling locations.
Yeah, I got my Maha hat.
Yeah, RFK. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you. I met a lot of RFK people when we did the Lowrider show recently, and it was so crazy because they were like hardcore RFK, and they were like, all right, we're here to canvass for Trump, and I was like,
really
love it.
So there is actually a demographic that is a little late. I should have worked on this over the weekend, but Phoenix just passed red light cameras and speed cameras. So the man is now watching what we do on the road, and they just do it for profit. They're not for safety. It's just about making more money, right? And every single council member except for Jim Warren voted for that. So if I was smart, I would have actually started to approach. I'm a car guy. That's kind of one of the things about me is people in the car community that don't want Big Brother watching them. Don't want, effectively what they're doing is they put these cameras on a spot where it's really easy to roll a right turn on red. And it's not a safety thing. It's just that they know that they can make thousands and thousands of dollars every single hour because people will just roll that because you have really good sight
you're not used
to,
I just did that the other day. I am not used to not being able to turn right on red. Like, what? That should be illegal to have that sign because I'm not used to it. So I pulled up and it was red and it's clear and I turned it, and then as I'm turning I saw the sign and I was like, oh my goodness, because I'm not used to it.
Typically that sign would be there should be an engineering reason for that, like poor sight lines or something, but poor sight lines can be fixed. There can be engineering solutions, and that's actually why those cameras really don't work. Is if they actually would put time into working on engineering solutions to make roads safer, you wouldn't need to do this. Instead of this, effectively what you're doing is it's just a tax on driving, right? So people who drive a lot, people who drive in the city a lot, are going to get more of those tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have a higher propensity, the propensity word, for accidents and crashes? Maybe not. But they're just a profit source, for bureaucrats and politicians that can't withhold themselves back from spending money, wasting money.
By the time this is over, it's going to be like take a shot when you hear propensity. Like that's how it's going, Alan.
Yeah, at least on the right, because it's something we've kind of figured out this cycle. But I mean, I find it very interesting on the breakdown who's voting. That's a good sign for us, is that it's the higher propensity Democrats that are turning out today, whereas we've already kind of banked those people, and it expands our game. It allows us to have a bigger bucket, basically, and I like that.
I am seeing on Twitter a lot of people looking at the last the 3 o'clock data dump, and they're just like, "Oh, this is awesome! Independents are break for Republican." But you just said,
So in the numbers, and this was actually, I think it's CD1 numbers. We're not expecting that, and that's kind of to mirror other areas in the state.
Yeah, but yeah,
but that is also, independents can do what they want, and that's also why the Georgia results are going to matter tonight. So we can talk a little bit more about the national scene, what to look for. I mean, so we are an advantage that we're West Coast, even though now the time change, we're not as West Coast as we were during daylight savings. But it's actually, no, now is daylight savings. During the summertime, we're a advantage there because we've got a couple more hours. But we're going to be able to watch Georgia and North Carolina, and they're going to be early states to have some numbers. And if we're up big, that's going to help us know where independents are, if there's trends there. If the polling is tighter than we expect or worse, it could be a long night, right? But that's going to be a real help for us. So North Carolina is going to have a majority of their vote counted right away. There's a new law in Georgia. They actually have a mirror of the law that we have here in Arizona, except that Georgia actually obeys the law.
Something we should consider.
At 8 p.m. Eastern, they're supposed to have all their early ballots counted. Now, maybe there's a snafu or something. They don't have all, but that's going to give us a really good indication of what's going on. And those are trends that will play nationwide. So if it's the polls have President Trump leading there, I'd have to look up what the exact number is, but it's no state is safe, but it's, if we're thinking safe, that is one of the safer ones. If he is up by a couple more points than the polls, that means that we have some headroom, and independents are breaking our way. The people that weren't polled very well are breaking our way, and it could be a fun night. If it's tighter, so if we're up by like a point, because theoretically we should actually be up a point or two higher than the polls in the earlies anyways, because of the way we worked it and the way the early returns look. So that should be good for us, but we'll find out. We're going to find out. Now that's going to be 6 o'clock our time. So even before our polls close, we're going to have some ideas. Now, some of these locations, I'm wondering if they're going to have long lines.
Yeah.
Now, there's some other states like Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a notorious slow counting state. So if we remember the 2020 election, they didn't know Pennsylvania race. It was almost like Arizona, with days and days.
Yeah.
Now, there were some more. So the current governor, Shapiro, was the Secretary of State there. He was accepting ballots with postmark after the election. So effectively, Democrats were filling out ballots
and sending them
the next day, the day after, because they're like, oh, the race is too close. We got to win this. They were cheating.
Yeah.
Right? So he was accepting those.
Yeah.
Supposedly that law has changed, but people who bend the rules and break the rules don't follow rules.
Right.
So we'll have to see.
Exactly. I see this tweet from Elon Musk yesterday, and it says something that I also keep hearing it, and I feel like because we've changed our game, I don't know that it's true anymore. And so this is what he said. Republican turnout on election day is usually much higher than Democrat. So any state that's currently leaning R in early voting is going to go for Trump. But we told all our people to vote early. So I don't know, did we, you know what I mean? Did we?
Well, not all of our voters have voted yet.
Right. I mean, I know everyone, there was a big push, President Trump said, he wanted everyone to vote early. And then you have people like me. I don't trust anyone. I voted today. I was like, I will stand in line for hours if I have to. I'll walk over the broken glass, whatever. I'm voting in person on election day. That was me.
And there are tactical reasons to ask for early vote.
Right.
So you'll walk over broken glass. But what about that senior citizen behind you in line? What about the mom that has a flat tire? What about someone that's working today, has a sick kid, has to leave early, pick the kid up and still finish her shift? That person may not vote.
Right.
And that and this is America. There are thousands.
When you said
of
that right
hardworking
now,
moms.
it just hit me. Like there are going to be people who didn't vote today at all. Like,
there are thousands. There are
what?
tens of thousands of moms that are working their butts off because freaking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris hate them and hate the American way, right? And they have to work harder because
and
of
they've
that.
inflated.
So that's just the reality of this situation. So you would walk over broken glass, but they can't. I mean, they're already battered and bruised because of Kamala Harris, right?
Right.
They're in tough shape. And that's why there's another reason tactically is that it helps campaigns spend less money. So we can spend more money and resources on the people who haven't turned out yet, instead of people that, are waiting the last minute, then we have to spend our resources on everybody. And I know that like yesterday and today, I'm glad I wasn't knocking on every door, right? I'm glad that I was now knocking on every fourth door,
right,
instead of every other door,
right. The
That was a
ballot
good
chasing,
thing.
you could definitely, because I did before it was cool. I ballot chased last cycle. Actually, I spent my whole election afternoon. Like, because I was electioneering in the morning or observing, I forget. And then in the evening, I was going to, finish doing some more. And in the afternoon, I had time to rest. So I went home and I was literally just calling the people in my precinct and stuff like that. And like, I saw the numbers, like it's much different. It's much lower this time. There was a lot fewer ballots to chase today than there was.
But incompetent campaigns have been ballot chasing forever. But when you
Right.
have more of it, it makes it easier to do. I mean, I can tell you when I lived in Illinois, we didn't have this automatic early voter stuff we have here in Arizona. And frankly, it does need to be something that like you should ask for it, right? You go, oh, I'm traveling, or I'm an overload trucker, or I'm in the military, stuff like that, right? And they should have, be able, if they've got a good excuse like that, they should be able to mail on their ballot. But now everybody, and it's permanent. You're always on that list. So back when I was in Illinois, you had to request a mail-in ballot.
Oh, because
they call it absentee ballot, right?
You could do that here too. Like,
but now it's permanent.
I'm not on the early voting list, but they said if you want, you can ask for an early ballot. They were kind of
They probably put you on the permanent list.
Oh, I bet they do.
But what would happen though is that there were shrewd operatives like myself that we would get the list of these requests, and so every day there would be a certain number of people who would make these requests. Well, guess what? I would call those people and ask for their vote, right? And it takes like a couple days for the mail to get to their house. And of course, I didn't know right away, but within 24 hours, I knew they requested. So I could call them either the day before the ballot gets to their house or the day the ballot gets to their house and ask for them.
Wow.
That's smart. That's good campaign, right? But when we have more of that, it gives us an opportunity to refine it that way.
Okay, let's jump over. I think we have somebody, Denzel, who's here to talk to us. He's out in, I don't know where he is, but he's going to come talk to us about what he's experiencing, what he's saying.
Hey guys, how you doing? Guys, how we doing?
Hey, good. Good to hear from you. Where are you right now?
I'm in Old Town Scottsdale, supporting Trump, and then we're at the Indian Band Drive.
What's it look like out there?
Well, there's more Trumps than liberals, more, which is good.
Is it lines?
Yeah, the
Long lines of people.
Yeah, the line is pretty long. Let me see if I can flip the camera. How do I flip the camera? Can you guys see it? You guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the line over there. But yeah, that's it. Pretty long line. Is like an hour line.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not even 4 o'clock.
That's America.
Yeah.
That's democracy right there.
Wow.
Yep.
Is it people seem excited? I want to know. I've heard of Democrats who are giving out pizza, who have DJs out there. Do you see anything like that?
Yep. I met a girl. She was DJing. But the only people that was giving up free stuff was Republicans, giving free water, free food. But the only thing the Democrats done was give free music, and people were hungry,
They're hungry to save America.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you
So-
are you electioneering out there too, like handing out?
I'm doing Elon Musk $47 sign up.
Oh, nice, nice. That's for to sign the petition thing.
Yep, $47 each person.
Nice.
Yep.
Congratulations. That sounds like it's going to be good for you. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Elon.
Absolutely. Thank you. Shout out to Elon, my guy.
How long have you been out today doing that kind of stuff?
Since 8:30 a.m., 9 a.m.
Wow, all day. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for that. I love to see young people out and engaged and like to hear the report of it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Denzel, it's Eric. Can you take us over to that white van?
Yeah, yes. Oh, yeah. Hey, you want to say hi to the live stream, guys? Adam?
Hello, hello. Go Trump, baby. Live streaming.
Thank you. Trump 2024.
That's it.
This is the van. This is the Trump van. We're chilling. We're chilling. Ultra Mega.
Nice.
Thank you.
Eric, can I get
Yes.
a ride like that?
Thank you so much. Yeah,
The
ham,
Amfest?
turkey, mayonnaise. Yes. What'd you say? I'm sorry?
Are you ordering food?
I'm ordering food. I just got some turkey ham with some mayonnaise, baby.
Love it.
also, guys, I just want to say, if anybody watching this, I got a book on Amazon for $3. It's called White Slaves New Era by Denzel. And it's about a bunch of college kids in Colorado got kidnapped on heroin, and they wake up in Africa, and the FBI, CIA has to rescue them. It's a fiction. So anybody want to check that out, support me. I'm a local author here in Arizona. I'm a Trump supporter, and we cannot let Camel Toe win.
That's exactly right. In fact, my mom told me that last night, word for word, actually. Thank you for your report. Let us know if you want to talk again later.
Absolutely. Go to Amazon, look up my book, White Slaves New Era by Denzel, $3. Support my book.
$3 by Denzel. White Slaves New Era
By Denzel.
by Denzel. All right.
On Amazon,
Thank you so
$3.
much. On Amazon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I have an update for that polling location that was down to one printer with no toner. She said that they literally called in one like at noon, and the toner arrived about 15 minutes ago. So
it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
So they couldn't go to the office supply store and pick one up.
Exactly. Like this
Amazon Prime could have probably got there faster.
Yes, the Amazon Now, is that what it's called? Like when it goes like you order it right away?
I don't know. Is that the one the drone delivers it for you?
Something like that. Okay, so yeah, so I'm hearing like a lot more reports like, oh, there's DJs, oh, there's DJs. So I don't know why my location didn't have a DJ, but
I might have one now.
We did have like a union there with Harris signs, and they had they just had a speaker that they were using with their phone, but it wasn't an actual DJ. He was just like there with like one of the unions, like I don't know. They weren't very
intimidating the union members to vote a certain way.
Yeah, they did.
It's counter of what the rank and file believe and want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but I mean, everyone saw us there. I did have on the actually I wore this hat for a little bit, and then I had on my the red "Make America Healthy" hat on, and so
what was the reception with the Carrie Lake hat and then also the Maha hat?
When I feel like people were more like excited for the Maha hat to see
Did they notice it was healthy and not?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I couldn't tell. I did point it out to someone,
Yeah.
and he was like, "Oh, nice," But for the Carrie Lake, I feel like the Carrie Lake one was like a beacon. Like people saw it and they would come to me to see what I had. Like they knew, you know what I mean. The Maha wasn't quite as they were, looking at me.
Okay.
But with Carrie Lake, they were like, "Oh, do you have anything of Trump?" You know what I mean? Like they expected me to be supporting Trump because I had the Carrie hat.
Well, I had to pay.
That's a Turning Point one, right?
Yeah, I had to pay for this one. But the Carrie Lake one
gave me this one.
Yeah, the
Thanks,
Carrie Lake
Carrie.
one, it was free swag.
Yeah.
So there's a difference.
Actually, the at the Lowrider show they gave me this one too. So this one they did me this one. How do I get it on the screen? And like I said, Carrie's campaign gave me this one. So And Turning Point gave me this one.
And
Maybe
actually,
maybe
there's
I'll
a
wear
funny
this in
story
little bit.
about these foam ones.
These ones?
They were supposed to give them away at America Fest last year.
Really?
And they arrived late. So I actually stopped by their office a couple days after America Fest, and they showed up. And like it was the whole office. But I mean, maybe I don't know, like hundreds, maybe 1,000 of these.
So you have one at home?
No, I don't. I no way I would take one of these.
Why?
But they're all folded up like that.
Yeah.
But think about it. I mean, there were boxes and boxes
Oh
and
my
boxes.
goodness. That's funny because in May I ran a homeschool how do you say it, field trip.
And they were giving
tour.
away those too?
They weren't giving them away. I just saw boxes of them, and I was like, "Oh, what are they going to do with those?" But I didn't realize they were left over. I thought they were for.
They're not
no
stylish.
Yeah, no. I had one
So
of my
their
kids
intent
wear
was
this.
I thought it was 300 like volunteers. They wanted to sign up at America Fest last year, and of course they came late though.
Oh, but I do like that it says precinct sheriff. That I don't know why, but that really cracks me up. Like I love it. It's so funny. Did we? Are we going to take a break now? Okay, so we will take a break. You'll hear from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back soon.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Lead, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, content AI, workflow AI, reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Lead's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, this is Cheryl Rosado. I am out here at the polls. I've been out here since before 6 o'clock. It was awfully chilly and cold this morning. I actually got kicked out of the first place I was at, so reporting that to the county, and we'll see if we can get that fixed. But in the meantime, instead of getting arrested, I decided to come to a different polling location. And I'm out here with my friend Susan, and you want to come say hi? This is Susan. She's out here with me, and we are out here just passing out information, encouraging people to vote for conservatives and conservative causes. And I just wanted to let you guys know what's up. It's been, I've done this so many times before, and this is definitely like kind of the craziest, like the busiest. There's actually no line at this polling location, so it's quick, but there's just so many people compared to usual. And then the place where I was at before, the polls didn't open on time because they were having printer issues, and there was definitely a line over there. So I don't know. Okay, do you know how long it is? Yeah, okay, so I'm just hearing at the college right here, the line is past the 75-foot line. And I know that in Levine, Arizona, that one of the locations, it's also not saying exact. It says like the wait is 8 minutes, but it's definitely at least 20 over there. So we're still working on getting everything up to date online, so people know where to go. And we're just out here trying to be helpful. We had the No on Prop 139 bus come visit us, and that was exciting. So busy morning, great energy. I've got so many people appreciative of us being out here, and I will see you guys later. We're gonna have Alan Skillicorn on. We're gonna talk numbers. We're gonna see how the day looks, and just stay positive, everyone, and keep praying for the best to happen. So just wanted to touch base with you guys. I'll see you later. Bye. So it has been a long day. That was this morning when I was very, very grateful for the sun peeking out because it was freezing. I had my leggings, I had sweats, I had my shirt, I had my sweatshirt, I had my hoodie, I had a hat, and I was still very, very cold. So whoever runs next cycle, if you want to consider giving volunteers those little warm thingies that you keep in your pockets, like just tuck that away for next cycle. Anyways, I wanted to talk to you guys about a tweet I saw from Charlie Kirk. He said, huge after work surge happening right now, and this was an hour ago, in Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. The men are arriving. The turnout is surging. Stay in line. So first of all, yes, stay in line. I know that it's only 4 o'clock here in Arizona, so we still have some time left. But if you are watching this right now and you go and you're in line later, don't leave. Stay in line. Stay in line. People will do their best to take care of you, whether that's, making sure if you need chairs or, people are going to know where the super long lines are, and people will be trying to support you. We will be rooting for you and praying for you. But we do, I did want to talk about what Charlie said, the after work surge, because that's a popular thought. The Republicans, they're at work all day, so they're going to come home from work and then they're going to vote, and that's when we're going to see the surges. And we Alan and I talked about is that really going to happen, because we had so many people doing the early voting. And so is there going to be a surge happening in Arizona, or is that just as we say, hopium? So Alan, what do you think about that?
As the day gets later, the lines always get longer. I mean, so you have an increased frequency of voters coming to the polls.
Right.
So that is normal. But I think we actually need a big push right now. So when I look at the numbers, I actually think the turnout's a little lower than I was hoping. And it's a little higher with independents versus Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So that it worries me a little, but we have, again, fourth quarter, we have a 2-touchdown lead. Okay, maybe it's only like a 8-point lead right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't let a
so they got
touchdown and a 2-point conversion right now.
Okay.
So a little concerned about that, but we're still in the lead, right? So
Right.
we're still playing prevent. I would like a little more turnout myself. I would feel better if we had. Well, I haven't seen for an hour now. Actually, the 4 o'clock drop should be coming out. The numbers, that'll give you a better idea. But if we have 100,000 people come in Maricopa in the next, we have another 3 hours, almost 3 hours. That's going to be great, because then we'll be very close to the 2022 numbers, and that would be solid. Like, I'm excited number, because I was thinking on the way here, there's a missing 100,000 people. It's probably a little lower than that in reality, but that'd be a great number. If we had that, I would get pretty excited. Because I still believe in my heart that I think President Trump can get this done, but we need to give President Trump a working majority in both Congress and the Senate. But also, we've got opportunities to pick up legislative seats here in Arizona.
Right.
Looks like if numbers go from what we were looking at early, LD2, which is North Phoenix, LD4, which is like East Phoenix and a lot of Scottsdale. There's a pickup opportunity there. LD9, that we could sweep LD9, and that's a current 3 Democrat legislators in LE9. I mean, that's amazing. And if we sweep LE9, we're gonna get Republican congressman in Kelly Cooper. That's great news. So big turnout could help us.
Right.
And I'd like to hear that. And I also just double checked after you showed me that tweet.
Mm-hmm.
On the ground, it does appear that Pennsylvania is doing well. I don't have any sources in North Carolina or Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I don't want to give people false hope. I hate that.
No
But
hopium.
I hate the pundits that they give you false hope and are effectively lying to you because
Right.
they want to sell you their
Cheer.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Mm-hmm. So
I could be excited.
It could be. I'm looking at a tweet from Tyler Boyer about 10 hours ago from Turning Point. He was live at Turning Point, and he said, good morning, Arizona, from Turning Point headquarters. Our team has organized dozens of buses equipped with snacks, lights, music. They're playing the YMCA, and they're prepared to move crowds from busy polling places to less busy ones. So I didn't know they had a fleet. Like I knew that they had I thought they probably had a couple buses, and I said,
Turning Point was also giving away their corporate code to use. I think it's Uber. So if you need a ride at a poll, you could go to Turning Point and get their code, so you could go to Uber to the poll for free.
Oh, nice. And I had seen that Uber and Lyft were doing half off to the polls, for maybe if you don't know about that. So I did see that because there was
that's pretty common.
Actually a lot of freebies today. I want to say if you showed your I voted sticker, you got a free donut at Dunkin' or little things like that, but
it's very transactional voters.
Right. Yeah. That's why I did it for
is
the
it
donut.
The same people that went and got the free donut for getting their vaccine?
Did they really do that? They didn't.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I don't know how I missed that.
It wasn't Duck. It was what's the other chain?
Krispy Kreme.
That's it.
It was Krispy Kreme.
It was Krispy Kreme gave you a free donut if you showed them a vaccine card.
Wow. That's not a transaction I would be willing to, but yeah, so I mean, I didn't know Turning Point had a ton, but like I said, hopefully I wish that I could get some feedback on, are they utilizing that? Is this something that was needed? Have you heard?
I had heard that the bus came by one of the locations I was at. Of course, the location I was at was just okay turnout. It wasn't jam packed.
Okay.
I could ask. You probably have more people on the ground in that chat you're in.
Mm-hmm.
You said it was secret, right? It was
top secret. Yes.
See, they don't let me.
They don't let you in the top secret chats.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna get kicked out.
Well, you know what? That's fine because I like a little transparency.
Let's see. I know I have a friend who was out. I can't think of where he went, but it was on one of the reservations. Oh, San Carlos, on the reservation, and he's saying that there's good numbers of Republicans that were showing up there this morning. So that's nice to hear. Always.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. So that was
All right,
Jeremiah Coda. Jeremiah.
I just asked some people what's
going on.
Turnout.
Yeah, because I want to hear, and I want to see.
Yeah,
if
there's lines, I don't want people to wait. I understand that, but if there's lines, it means that people are getting out, and people who are willing to wait in line are probably not voting for the commie.
Mm-hmm.
Because their transaction, they want the donuts. They don't want to save America.
Are you guys actually worried that he's going to lose this state? This is like his safest state, isn't it?
State or America?
Well, personally, I think it's going to be a landslide, but that has nothing to do with it. Are you worried about him losing the state? Seriously?
I personally am not worried about President Trump losing the state, but if he doesn't win by enough, he's not going to be able to carry, he has to win by big enough to carry along. He has to win big enough. I mean, so some of the early numbers didn't look very good for Ciscomani.
Right.
He was looking.
That was
he
really
was getting pummeled down.
That was really rough for a while.
And and he's the most milquetoast Republican there is. I mean,
people were furious that they had to vote for him. Yeah.
I mean, he's a guy, go along, get along king. And there are conservatives, and I have made this argument at times that if you don't define yourself and you don't actually stand for something, people aren't excited to vote for you.
That's true.
And then there's also people like, well, if you're too extreme, you're not going to appeal to the moderates. So you want to be just conservative enough so you can keep your base, but you want to be open-minded and reach out to some conservative Democrats, moderates, and that's how you win elections, right? And
I think that's just sad. And I'm reflecting.
Did you say it's sad or said?
Two separate. First of all, I hope Trump wins over Harris, so I'm not in conflict. But I think it's sad the way you have to maneuver to run for office and mitigate what you really think. And
it's a legitimate point.
Do you know what I mean? What?
No, it's a legitimate point.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. And, you have to do this, you have to show that. Like Harris, who, frankly, you can't do something for nothing. No one's going to vote for nothing over something, even if they don't have to kind of hold their nose over if they don't like something.
Didn't 81 million people vote for a guy that couldn't stay awake?
Trump. I'm of the very small minority who thinks Trump shot himself in the head in the 2020 election by suppressing the early vote. He literally said it was cowardly to vote on any other day but voting day, and he consciously suppressed the early vote, and he did himself in. Now, did I think they changed the rules at the end? Do I think they collected a lot of votes? Yes. But if Trump would have only done what he did in this election, which is push early voting, he would have been elected in the last election.
And frankly, that last election, he only lost by like 70,000 votes.
He literally suppressed the early
states. It was a very winnable election. And that's what actually would really shock me is if we lose this, and we have so much better ground game this time.
Yeah.
We're doing so much better. And we lost by such a razor thin margin last time. If we lost again, it would be demoralizing.
Republicans have turned out on the early voting in every state. They don't have to necessarily pass the Democrats. Like in Pennsylvania, in the last election, there were about 1.5 million early votes for the Democrats, and there were about 400,000 early votes for the Republicans. And this morning, I looked at those same numbers. It looks like 1 million for the Democrats and 800,000 for the Republicans. But the Republican registration is up a lot. So what that means in English is they're down 33%. The Republicans are up by double. And so it would be really weird if Trump lost Pennsylvania. And I spent part of my life in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of working class people, and that's what this whole election is. It's a class war, and I don't mean a war like in shooting or it's the elites against everybody else who's getting sick and tired of it. And I just think that I think the polls are going to be really wrong. I think Trump's going to win the popular vote, and I think he's going to win a landslide in the Electoral College. I think it'll be very similar to Reagan Carter in 1979. And I'll be surprised if it isn't. I just don't think that when people actually go to mark their name down, they can vote for a moron. And she's a moron.
Yes.
And she, I've heard so many, she needs to do this. She doesn't do all these things because she can't. And she can't do them because she's a moron. and no matter how you parade her out, you can see the fear in her face. And as you guys both know, I'm not a big MAGA guy or anything else. I'm just saying that she has these answers she's tried to memorize. And she has these setup questions like when she was on The View, what would you do different than Joe Biden? It was a setup.
Right.
Sonny, what's her name?
Good answer it.
Yeah, Sonny Hostin. But what's better yet was the fear in her eyes. She literally forgot what she was going to say. And then she was kind of, and then when she finally answers, her tone is condescending. And I don't think I'm the only one. She talks to everybody like we're in kindergarten.
She definitely talks down to people. But before you go any further, guys,
talk to her the same way.
We have to make sure that everyone knows that we are talking to Herbie. You didn't bring your book to
I don't
plug?
My
just
book's
quick.
around here somewhere.
Okay.
But just for the sake of this presentation, let's not worry about my book. Let's just call me very libertarian.
Okay, so we have a very libertarian guest joining us. I really hope that him and Alan will war, and I don't mean war.
We're not going to war.
But
I respect Alan.
No, I just like to hear people chat over the numbers. I love the numbers.
Yeah, we're both anti. Yeah, I'm deeply respectful of the Trumpian position. I think I'm with Dave Smith, who's a big libertarian, who should have been the guy running for president. Frankly, another story that you got completely uninteresting unless you're a libertarian. Having said that, Dave Smith endorsed Trump, and he endorsed Trump and for the biggest reason was you can't beat something with nothing, and he just feels that Harris is a moron. Okay, I think he used the word idiot, but close enough.
Yeah.
And the second is
Tomato.
she campaigned with Lynn Cheney, and to libertarians, Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney are Darth Vader and whatever his girlfriend's name would be. I mean, how phony do you have to be a Democrat and campaign with Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney, that I mean, of all the dark side people that she could accept, it's a mind blower to me. It's a mind blower. I could more see Liz Cheney endorsing Trump because at least she's a Republican, but she's of course a neocon, and Trump is the furthest thing from it. That's why they hate him, because he doesn't support the military-industrial complex to nearly the extent that they do. He's not perfect on everything, but he's certainly light years better than well, I don't even know who's president right now. I mean, I don't really, I don't understand how I can't have enough brains to be the president.
I literally had that conversation with my daughter earlier. I said, she said, one of my daughters said, who is the president right now? And I was like, well, it's Joe Biden, like technically, but like I forget that because you don't see him, you don't hear from him, and it's kind of seems like we just don't have a president right now, and we'll get one in January. That's just kind of like
one
how
of Obama's
it feels.
staffers.
Yeah, an Obama
What scares
staffer.
the crap out of me is that we're pushing. Everyone's paying attention to the election. I understand that, and then after the election, what's going on in the Middle East, I understand that. But we are really playing nuclear war in Ukraine. We are pushing Putin to places. We are so fortunate that Putin is a generally even-tempered individual, because we keep escalating, and the excuse that every time we escalate is, well, he didn't fire a nuke that time, so we might as well push a little more. It's terrifying to me. They're playing around. They're pushing a guy into a corner that we shouldn't even be involved in this. There's no American interest, and secondly, what? This is our fault.
Well, the American interest is there's a couple greedy companies that want to sell arms to both sides.
Well,
and that's the American interest. Now, is it you and I interest? No. But there's some people that are making a lot of money on this.
I agree. I think Eisenhower gave the best speech of the 20th century when he warned about the military-industrial complex when he left office. I thought it was the best speech ever given by anybody of either party in that. Having said that, it's as true today as it was then.
Well, I'm confident that someone that actually has the people's best interest can negotiate a settlement.
Do you know why they hate Trump, Pepper? Do you know why they hate? That's me calling off my dog. Sorry about that. Yeah, she's really a very good girl. She just,
she's curious. That's all.
You can't get mad at a dog for being a dog.
No,
that's my thing.
Then why do you get mad at a moron for being a moron?
Because they're human and should at least. The thing that is worst about Kamala Harris, and for me, again, as a non-MAGA person, is I have many years of experience in management, and in management, A people hire A people, but B people hire C people. Okay, so and this has nothing to do with party. So if you look, I'll use Bill Clinton, who is, I know he has a lot of personal issues and things we're not going to discuss, especially in front of your child. But having said that, he was an A person, and the reason I know he's an A person is that he surrounded himself with people in his cabinet who, like, for example, Robert Rubin is just one example, who were very high-powered, very intellectual, but he didn't, because he was secure in how smart he was, Rhodes Scholar, Oxford, no Ivy League, Yale. I mean, the guy was no fool. He was secure enough to surround him, and that's why he had it. Whether you love him or you hate him, he had a successful presidency. He had 2 terms of a very he was the last genuinely successful president. So now you get, Bush was actually an A person, but he allowed himself to be pulled along by his family, which is another story altogether. Then you get into Obama, who was definitely a B person. So Obama's very thin-skinned. So he chose Joe Biden because he wouldn't upstage Obama. Remember, Obama's the man who accepted the Nobel Prize for being black. Okay, he did absolutely nothing. He had been president 33 seconds. I'm barely exaggerating, and I mean, if he had any class, he would have turned it down,
right?
Or donated the money. $1,000. Wrong, but I think that's pretty close.
Yeah, but at that point in his career, that was more money. But
it's a lot of money now. If you found
It really was he even president yet when he
was president, but he was president
okay.
like 6 months.
Yeah, it was
okay.
immediate.
It was
immediate.
they must have announced it right away then,
So-
because I remember
But
like
it's to be honest, the notoriety is more valuable than the money. The money wouldn't change my lifestyle, but frankly, his wife was making $300,000 a year at a no-show job at a hospital at the time. So
I mean, the whole point is Obama was a B guy. He picked Biden as a C guy. Biden, who's notoriously thin-skinned, picked a D person in Harris. Harris literally is an awful candidate.
well, she is an actual DEI hire.
She's a moron. But I mean, I'm sorry. That's why I wore my T-shirt today.
I know.
Stop electing morons.
I noticed it right away.
Okay.
Loves it.
Then, and by the way, that's a nonpartisan shirt. Just don't elect morons.
Exactly.
Okay, so
And Republicans have our share of morons also.
well, and I'm not going to go there. I don't want to start a debate,
I
but
would
I think
argue
very little of Carrie
percentage-wise,
Lake.
there's more libertarians. I mean, look at Chase Oliver, right?
Chase Oliver would not. No, I don't support Chase. I don't want to get into obscure
I
libertarian.
actually do want to ask you. So, and hopefully it's not too far off topic, but the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorsed President Trump. Do you think that is going to? I mean, obviously there's the Mises Caucus, which is where I probably ideologically fall very close to. They're maybe supporting Trump to some degree, right? Open to it.
They're not really supporting Oliver because he was a weird compromise candidate, and the guy
and he was against the Mises, the Mises Caucus.
He's left over from the Robert Sarlat days and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to get too obscure.
But do you really think so? That and honestly, libertarians always want to be 5%. I don't think that's going to happen unless there's some drastic change. Because even Hillary and Trump are not very well liked by a lot of people in 2016. And everyone's like, "Oh, this is the year the libertarians are going to get on the ballot forever," right?
Libertarians
and that didn't happen.
Libertarians in the mainstream don't have any delusions about becoming president, but
they always want to get that 5% so they get on the ballot.
they want to affect the issues that in the election. And the one thing that Trump is very good about is he's really, really good on the Ukraine issue. Now, a lot of libertarians, including Dave Smith and guys like Scott Horton, are really down on him for his support of Israel. And by the way, I'm a Zionist and I support Israel. I've come down on Trump with that one. Having said that, most libertarians do not support U.S. involvement either way. Libertarians are isolationist, but
I would say non.
They believe in a muscular defense, but stay out of everybody's business.
I'm very familiar with the non-aggression principle.
And I generally agree with it, but I have a personal bias towards Israel that I can't do anything about, and I think things are in a weird way working out there. But I would feel better if Trump were president, only because the Abraham Accords, which Trump should have won the Nobel Peace Prize for. Sorry, I think he should have.
Yes,
that he actually deserved it. That's probably the most important agreement to take place in the last 80 years. Yeah. Okay, that very few people understand. I digress.
It'd also be nice if Dick Cheney wouldn't have destabilized the Middle East.
It started. Yes, it started.
We would be so much closer to world peace right now.
Let's say
if Dick Cheney never ran the White House.
What if George H.W. Bush, never invaded Iraq in the first place? What if he did nothing?
Oh, you're talking about the Gulf War.
The Gulf War that should have never been fought. Understand that Kuwait is a make-believe country created after actually created the same. It's another one of the make-believe countries like Israel. When I say make-believe, at least Israel has an historic basis. Kuwait has no basis. It is a province of Iraq. It is an historic province of Iraq. When Saddam Hussein took it, he was correct. Okay. And so at least George H.W. Bush was smart enough. We invaded solely to save our oil interests and our friends in the Sunni world. We pushed. He was smart to stop. He pushed Hussein back into Iraq.
At the time, we would have criticized him for that, but
But
in retrospect, he was right.
Exactly, because at least Hussein was a Sunni buffer against Shiite Iran. So
we
have completely messed up the whole Middle East. So then his son gets sucked into believing nonsense about weapons of mass destruction, which all they had to do was ask Mossad. But when the military-industrial complex goes crazy, okay, it goes crazy. It's not listening to anybody. So, you know, here we are.
I actually don't think W was even in control at that time. In retrospect,
Oh, he was.
I don't think he was in. I think that Cheney and those cronies were.
I don't think W was an idiot by a long shot. I think that he was manipulated. I don't think he was, and I don't want to use the word conspirator because I'm not that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he was necessarily lying.
I love a conspiracy.
But I don't think he was aware that anyone around him was lying. And they were all lying to him. Cheney is the prince of darkness as far as I'm concerned.
And I remember when Democrats felt the same way.
And you know that it's the same thing. When I listen to, again, as I'm neither a Democrat nor a Republican, I watch the Democrats make a joke out of me too. So you have this guy, Doug Emhoff, who slapped the living daylights out of his girlfriend publicly. There's no doubt about it.
Disgusting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he got, I'm going to do this because there's a child here, a babysitter in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that ended in a bad way that I'm not going to go into details. But this guy is the poster child for the Jeffrey Epstein faction.
Right.
And they all ignore it because he's married to this empty nothing that they've nominated, which, by the way, the whole thing's a fix. The whole thing's a fix. And when I hear, I'm sorry, if you want me to stop my rant, I'll stop my rant. I just get tired of listening to how they're the party of democracy. Well, meanwhile, Obama fixed it for Hillary.
Yeah.
Right.
They never had even the primaries for Biden. I mean, they pushed RFK out.
It's all
debates.
fixed.
Right.
I mean, so they had two other candidates. They basically pushed them out. And
I got news for you. The reason she didn't pick Shapiro is because she's a D person. And there's no way she's going to pick an A person like Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, if I were going to bet money, will be the first Jewish president. It's almost as sure as God made little green apples. He's a very, very good governor.
I'm hoping for a Republican.
Yeah, but only the
Orthodox Jew is president.
Not going to. Ben Shapiro is not going to run, and Josh Shapiro is a very good governor of Pennsylvania. He really is. And
well, he did a lot of those scams in Pennsylvania 4 years ago.
Hold those thoughts because we got to take a break and we will come back and we'll debate whatever we want to debate. Okay, so just a second and we'll be right back.
You're working too hard, boss.
Just keep an eye on everything.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing.
So that's what you guys do, hijack wallets, huh?
That would be bad.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, you know, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Leadly, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, content AI, workflow AI, reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Leadly's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
Hey, welcome back. So thanks for sticking with us. It's kind of been a long show, but it's been such a long day and we've got so much more to go. The 4 o'clock numbers are in. I'm looking at them on Twitter right now. And it says independents continue their march, overtaking Republicans for the in-person vote. So, Alan, you want to chat about these numbers, what they say, what they mean?
Yeah, you gave me this monitor couple minutes ago and look at this. So if you look at the and obviously they're not a screenshot, they can't see this, right?
No, they can't see.
So our viewers can't see this. Yeah. So right now we're at like 72,000 Republicans for the day have showed up and voted, almost 40,000 Democrats, and over 75,000 independents. So it's actually now, and it's this morning there was more Republicans and independents, more Republicans and Democrats. It was good. But those independents, how are they voting? So there are a lot of people that say, oh, independents lean conservative, but data does not suggest that. Data suggests that
they voted for Biden
scenario,
4 years ago, right?
And I wish I knew the number, how much. But even
on Twitter, I was seeing 9% and 10% is what they said.
Okay.
So
even if you just go 50-50, right?
Uh-huh.
If we go 50% of that, that's 37.5 plus their 40, tells me that there's 5,000 more Democrat votes. if it's just 50-50. Now, some of the numbers that I'm seeing from people that are really investing in the numbers is these independents are leaning more Democrat than Republican. And so that, what is that number? What are we going to peg that number as? Is it 60-40? Is it 55-45? I don't know.
Mhm.
And that's what really matters. So we are losing track, but we have a lead. Again, the football analogy. You know, we're 8 points ahead, and we've got 5 minutes to go, and we're playing prevent defense right now. And we are, if we lose it, it's our race to lose.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an if. Now, you've got all the hope in the world. You think that Trump wins by a landslide. Man, I hope my instincts. Well, I mean, obviously, we need to win this. We need to have a margin of victory. We need to have 53, 54 senators that are Republican. We need that. We need to pick up a couple of House seats. We need to, Kelly Cooper needs to come along.
Yes.
We need these things to save our country. It's a big deal. But this type of margins. So if we end up with a over 300 electoral vote win in electoral college, you know, I wouldn't call that a landslide, but I'd call that a solid victory. It gives us ability to actually legislate and get things done.
Right.
Not just a numbers thing. It's like, no, the people are with us. So if we have a popular vote victory, it gives us an opportunity, maybe not President Trump, but J.D. Vance, because he's very articulate, to argue to the media that hates us and against us and wants to twist our words that we do have the majority of people with us. We do have the majority of people who want America first policies. We do have the majority that want lower inflation, that want to bring jobs back to the United States, want a robust economy, want cheap energy, and an America that resembles, more of like a middle class machine than a suppressed middle class, a depressed middle class. We want to bring back the hope. We want to bring back the happiness, and we want to bring back, the success to America.
It's not that I have hopium because I don't really care who wins. I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. I just think that Trump's a shoo-in. Every ounce of my common sense and everything that I've seen I can't imagine a thinking person who has not drank the derangement Kool-Aid. And there's nothing you can do about that. That you cannot talk to a person who is on right down the rabbit hole. But most reasonable people, I can't imagine them. What's to vote for? I can't name a position she's taken.
Well, she hasn't taken any positions.
Well, and I don't think people are
by
stupid.
design. I feel like it's been very, very
She has
careful.
intentionally muddied her own record. Her record is horrible. I mean, she was DA in San Francisco. Would you feel safe walking around San Francisco today? Would you let this child walk around San Francisco unattended?
No.
Would you let?
I wouldn't even.
Your children
I wouldn't
pick
go
up
with
anything
her.
off the ground in San Francisco?
No.
And that is her doing.
Well,
she did that.
I mean, there was a lot of people working with her. I mean, it's the entire Democratic machine in California. The whole state is Looney Tunes.
But then she became the AG, right? She's AG in California. And what is her track record there? She imprisoned people that are, like journalists. She sued people that are just trying to protect their children. You don't have to sell me on this, dude. From the libertarian perspective, people with low-level drug offenses, she extended she actually got in trouble from the Justice Department and was told to release prisoners, and she said, no, I will not release those prisoners. Cheap labor for the state. I mean, she effectively enslaved people, and the Democrats want to put this up? I mean,
it's funny that you're saying all those things about her record in California, because I showed this earlier, this Commie Kamala sticker from Turning Point that I was handing out at the polls this morning, and I had someone from the other side who was very upset about this. She was one of the most conservative politicians in California. That's what he told me, and I was like, "If that's
is that person lying or believing lies?"
I'm not sure, but what I told him was, even if that's true, it's California. That's not here. So it's not like she's the most conservative.
I'm actually going to be watching some races in California. There's some Orange County. Well, the retaining the majority in the United States House of Representatives comes to Orange County.
Mm-hmm. Orange County goes reliably Republican.
Back when your hair wasn't white, I bet Orange County used to be like the most Republican county in the United States. I mean, that was like what got Ronald Reagan.
I would say Ronald Reagan back in the day.
And I do remember this was 2020. I had just driven Route 66 from Chicago to Santa Monica. and I was making my way back to Phoenix area, and I was kind of going down the coast, and I was in Orange County. I don't remember which town I was in, but close to Venice Beach, so I was kind of avoiding the homelessness and the the potheads that were kind of just camping out. But there were some teenagers, and I was wearing a more subtle MAGA hat. I was wearing like a camo MAGA hat, right? but it was subtle. But so, and these kids, oh, I like your hat. And frankly, I scoffed a little bit. I laughed, right? And they saw my body language. They knew that I was mocking them a little bit, and because I thought they were mocking me. And they're like, no, we mean it. And then I thought to myself, their parents were Reagan Republicans like me. Or all I was too.
I mean, Orange County still is fairly red. It's pink red anyway, but
Pinky red.
Some spots are pretty red. I mean, look at Huntington Beach. They're going to probably sweep their city council completely Republican, and they're like hardcore. I mean, they actually passed a ballot initiative requiring voter ID. That's why Gavin Newsom outlawed it. I mean, so Orange County, there's some good stuff still happening.
It's amazing to me that it's not a national. You have to present an ID to vote. I just understand that at all, and I'm a libertarian. If you're going to have a vote, and that philosophically, I believe in a whole different system. But in this system, how can you allow someone to vote without an ID?
Do you think a 14-year-old should be able to buy cigarettes?
Philosophically, yes, but really, as a parent, no. This is where I live in the objective reality of the world.
Yeah. So do you support an ID for buying cigarettes?
Yes.
And booze?
Yes.
Okay. You're consistent.
Yes. But I also believe in outright drug legalization, but you got to be 18 to buy it. But I think you should be able to walk into CVS and buy heroin. Personally, I think this entire criminalization of addicts and all of the things that come with it. At what point are we going to decide? Are we going to learn the lesson of every other civilization in history that there is no such thing as a successful prohibition of anything? If the public wants it, they're going to have it. Nobody, not one nation in history, has ever done a successful prohibition, and we just keep throwing money at it. And it's at the root of so much that's wrong in this country.
Prohibition is the root?
Yes, yes. Drug prohibition is because of all of the related ancillary problems that come with it. So first of all, we have prisons that are packed. We incarcerate more of our citizens as a percentage than Russia, China, and North Korea combined. But
do they have accurate statistics?
Yes.
Or are they just throwing them off a cliff?
No, these are accurate statistics. Because look, we're incarcerating people who are addicted, and we make the drug that they're addicted to so expensive because the cost of interdiction is driven up by us trying to stop what can't be stopped. But the drug cartels have to spend a fortune in order to avoid interdiction. And then on top of that, we're protecting the cartels because it's too expensive to compete against them because of the cost of interdiction. So we end up aiding and abetting all of the corruption that's going on in Central and South America. And race problems, my God, the percentage of the black population that's in prison is insane. And 90% of it is directly traceable to this idiotic drug war. Look, I don't condone drugs. I don't say drugs are good. I wouldn't promote the use of drugs. But, we have to come to the understanding that for a lot of people, longevity is not their goal. They're just trying to get through their miserable lives one day at a time. And they're situations that in real life they're not going to climb out of. And they're just trying to get through the day. And if they want to get through the day quietly in some corner and take their heroin that's nice and safe because they bought it at CVS and it's properly cut with a nice sterile needle that they picked up when they picked up their heroin, and they go take it in some quiet place by themselves. And now the cost of heroin, and I can tell you from firsthand experience because I knew a lot of cartel guys, it's 5% of the street cost. All the rest of it is the cost of avoiding interdiction. They can make a huge profit and sell heroin for unbelievably cheaply. And there's no patent on it. If you legalized it, the drug companies could make it, and it would be cheap. And the point is, your house wouldn't get broken into. We wouldn't be wasting $1 trillion in something we're not going to stop. We wouldn't be creating an underclass. If there's we put the gangs out of business. If there's no drug war, there's no drug gangs. They can't compete with CVS and Circle K. So the gangs, I mean, there'll still be gangs for fellowship and male camaraderie and other problems and things like that. But as far as them terrorizing neighborhoods, they'll be out of business. CVS and Walgreens will put them out of business. We are so dumb. We are so.
We're
dumb.
also, I think, a little off track.
Well,
I think the train derailed.
A little bit.
Miles back.
I was looking at it. I was trying to look for more data, but it seems like it's super quiet. Like I'm not hearing any more reports about all those printer and toner issues we had earlier that we were seeing.
Well, maybe Amazon Prime arrived with new toner.
Those drones made it.
Trump spent a lot of money on lawyers ahead of time this time. He was smart. And so a lot of the contests that happened after have happened before.
Right.
And they're winning most of them. I mean, they've lost a couple of key ones, but they're winning most of them.
On election day, I can actually tell you that there are briefs already printed, and they just fill in the details.
Yeah.
For election problems, and we weren't doing that 4 years ago.
Right. Like we have the problem reports
come to me today.
Right. The problem reports, like, and everyone now is like, not just submit your report, but like keep a copy for us. Like, don't just submit it to the county, but keep a copy for us so we know what the problems were, where they were, who reported it, because we didn't have any way to get all that stuff last time to know, what we just didn't know what was going on. We weren't prepared, but 2020, we did learn some lessons. I think we didn't do in some ways what all we wanted. Let's see. In LD12 again, I do see where the tabulators looks like they're not functioning right, and
where is, do you know where LD12 is?
LD12, it's right next to my LD, so I would say it's like Ahwatukee, Tempe, a little bit of Chandler right there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably LD12 is a Democrat majority, but there are pockets of really red areas there. The mix. Because it's nice, really nice neighborhoods.
Yes.
And
so there are big pockets of redness, but overall the district I'm pretty sure it's blue. So that's where
I don't know who
people are out.
Unfortunately, I wish I knew who the incumbent legislators are. It also tells me a little bit about the district, who represents them.
I know Mitzi Epstein.
Woo! So they're nuts.
I just met her at a legislative breakfast, and I didn't realize that she was running for re-election.
Yeah.
They were asked, what
she should probably be institutionalized.
I don't know who this is. What's the story?
She's
So let me just tell you this. So they asked them, in the last session, what was your proudest moment? And she said the repeal of the I don't remember what we called the 1800s abortion.
Yeah. Even though actually, I want to stop you. Because it wasn't the 1864 abortion ban. It was codified in Arizona statute in the late 1970s. Okay, much more recent than that.
Right.
And who started the process of that?
Who?
Sandra Day O'Connor, when she was in the legislature. And so the year that was codified, we had split government. We and I forget which side had what. So the Republicans had one chamber, the Democrats had another chamber, and we had a Democrat governor. And that Democrat governor was such a great Democrat governor, because it wasn't Bruce Babbitt, who Jimmy Carter appointed him to his cabinet. So it is not this 1864 garbage. It is a liberal lie. We had divided government, and they codified this law because they also knew that Roe was in effect. And the bipartisan majorities, a Democrat governor signed off on it, knowing that Arizona was going to be a trigger state if Roe was ever repealed.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that going in. So it's not okay. You can happily say that 1978, or I believe it was in 78. That was a long time ago, and it was a long time ago. I get it. Like the people. I mean, you weren't even born yet.
I was gonna say that was like 30 years ago, right?
Yeah, you weren't even born yet.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, I was just this high. Right, I was just that high,
knee high to a grasshopper.
But that's not 1864.
No,
and that's modern era, and
that's it. It's modern era.
Yeah,
that was a good choice of words. It is modern era.
So I want to correct that falsehood about that.
Mitzi,
but it was that
Mitzi, if you're listening,
her achievement in life was murdering babies.
Yes, that was her. That's
what she's proud of.
That she said that was the highlight of the session for her.
Well, it's also the only thing they got done because the Republicans rolled everyone.
And then she
Or
said,
a couple Republicans roll everybody.
and then she said that how the most important things for Arizonans are, how did she say, infrastructure and inflation and public schools.
So
and I was like, don't you
more
mean
infrastructure spending means more inflation?
I said, if you want to say
And-
infrastructure and inflation, okay, but at public schools, don't you mean education? Don't you mean children? Like public schools does not
So
equal
what if-
education,
what if
does
we
not
had
equal for children.
What if we had really a more of an option? What if the money for education followed the child?
But that
not
would mean you
the
cared
special
about the
interest
child.
adults,
That would mean
right?
that you cared about the child and not
we
the
have a little
teachers'
bit of that.
unions.
But what if we had a system that the child's education was funded and it didn't matter where they went at all, right?
Mhm.
Like college. Isn't college done that way? Your aid goes to wherever you can it goes to wherever you choose.
Mhm.
Yet K through 12 isn't. Why is K through 12 so different? It shouldn't be. Let the families decide. Let
Right.
that money follow the child.
Right. And so I actually stopped her. That was during like the talking portion. I stopped her afterwards and I was like, I understand that I told her, I said, you said words are important and I'm going to tell you words are important. And it's not public schools, it's education, it's children. That's what's important. And I have 4 children that I homeschool and I utilize ESA. And that is absolutely helped pay for the curriculum that I want for my children. Like more expensive curriculum, better curriculum. If this one's not working, I can ditch it and go to another one. Like that is for the child. So I wanted to take this moment, and this is what I told her, I want to take this moment to ask that you consider supporting ESAs. There are families who utilize them, families who don't have the money. It's not like, oh, I just didn't enroll them in I'm getting some public school help or whatever. No. So school choice, make sure, I'm sure you already voted.
What was her
but
answer to that question?
She handed me her card and said I could email her. So.
Wow, you got snuffed out.
Yeah.
So this is, and I'm going to answer that question truthfully for her. Right?
Okay.
She doesn't want to care about the children. She only cares about the adults that take advantage of the system. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
Because who does she represent? She represents the adults that take advantage of the system. Who funds her campaigns? The adults that take advantage of the system, not the children. And just like a lot of other, like this was wasn't it Randy Weinstein said that she would represent the children if they were union members? Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
That's exactly what the case is. She doesn't give 2 darns about the children, but she will do whatever those special interest adults want.
I just think it should be illegal for public employees of any form to unionize. National unions of teachers or any other public employees should be decertified, allowed to strike the taxpayers. If you choose to work for a bureaucratic enterprise, that's fine, but you don't get to organize against the taxpayers. I do not understand that. I don't understand why we allow those unions in the first place.
Nice.
I have to, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, I think they can hear you.
Let's see.
So I did see a Pima, and it's
New
basically
numbers?
mirroring Maricopa.
Okay.
So I mean,
What
the
does
numbers.
that mean? What does that mean?
So
More independents?
independents are actually, here's the irony is that independents have outvoted Republicans by 19 whole votes. So out of almost 55,000 votes, the independents have 19 more votes.
I have a
than
question that
Republicans.
you guys could probably answer. By percentage of the state population, how much are registered Democrats, registered Republicans, and registered independents?
I don't have the exact number right now. I always say a third.
See, if it's
but
a
we have a registration advantage. Republicans have a registration advantage over Democrats. So 2 years ago, the Republicans and independents kind of fight it out. So it is very close. So it's probably, again, I'm not looking at exact numbers. And because, we didn't research this beforehand, but generally it's probably like 30% are Democrats and the independents versus Republicans battle it out 34, 35.
So why be nervous about independents slightly outpolling Republicans? If only, the reason I ask that is that as far as I can tell, at least nationally, independents are cutting for Trump. Why would they cut any different here?
Well, until we have actual poll results.
You're just being nervous. Okay, I get it.
It's because of last time,
I have to be
right?
analytical. I don't have any evidence that says that.
No, I agree. I agree. I'll be floored if the American public elects Kamala Harris president. I'm not going to say something stupid like I'm going to leave the country or something, but I will be completely disappointed in the intelligence, and it'll just it'll somehow. How stupid could they be?
Well, I'm disappointed in the intelligence of the people that it's this close.
You know,
I mean, someone that was not elected, someone that has said nutty things on the stage.
I'll tell you, I have never been a fan of Trump, but I must say, I think he did a lot of things really smart in this election. He did some things dumb, but the smartest thing he did, was go on all these podcasts. And like the first time I saw him was not a political podcast. Do this. I saw him play 18 holes of golf with Bryson DeChambeau. Okay. By the way, it's one of the biggest videos on YouTube. You can check it out. And Bryson DeChambeau, in case you don't know who he is, between him and Scotty Scheffler, the 1 and 2 best golfers in the world, professional. He's a phenomenal professional golfer. He's won many majors, big deal. And he has this YouTube podcast and he had on Trump, and they played 18 holes of golf, and all they talked about was golf. But it humanized Trump is the point I'm going to make. And I began to like him. And I began to realize, oh, he's not nearly as big as I thought he was. Then I saw him on Theo Von.
That's an endorsement.
And when he was on Theo Von, okay, well, you know, I've been sold the same Kool-Aid as everybody else.
Okay.
So then I go Theo Von. He finds out that Theo Von's brother had a problem with addiction, and Trump turns the conversation and starts talking about Theo Von's brother, not about himself. So there went the narcissist thing right out the window.
Then
he goes on to
on the west side.
Lex Fridman, who didn't get as much press, but Lex Fridman is a Democrat, and B.
We have a steady flow. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
so we have a guest we're going to go live to. Can you tell us where you are and what's going on over there?
We're here at the Buckeye City Hall. Sorry, I can't use video, but we've had a steady flow of voters since the second we opened up, and people just keep coming and voting and voting. I mean, we're just so packed full that we have to send them to another location. So
are you sending, is there a bus taking them, or are you just sending them in their cars?
Just in their cars. Yeah. Another location. So, but we have very, 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 very good outcome here at the Buckeye City Hall.
I heard over in Buckeye the other day that there was no signs out there. Did we get that fixed? Did we got some Trump signs out there for the voters to see?
Yeah. Yes, we're covered. We got electioneer. We got people. We got Carrie Lakes. Electioneering here. We got also, what is it that they're doing over there? They got flag waving. They're just doing great out here, and I'm so happy. And so let's just keep going. Everybody keep voting. Everybody go to the voting polls. I mean, this is going to be to the last second here. So, and right now we have a line of traffic also coming in. People are just excited to vote, and they don't mind waiting in line.
You know that, so you're going to stay there till the polls close, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. You know that even if they call Arizona for Trump, to still have everyone stay in line and vote, right?
Absolutely. We are going to throw this over, and we're going to have a great
Too big to
turnout.
rig.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need to just stay the course.
Too big to
make
rig.
sure that it doesn't matter, because we need people to vote, whether, you know, because not just for Trump, but all those down ballot races, they need that Republican support.
Yes, all the judges,
Carrie Lake
local,
needs
so
that.
that's very
Carrie Lake
important.
needs everyone.
Yeah, Carrie's going to need every single vote. Every single vote we can get for her.
Yes.
So, have you heard of any problems there today? Because I've heard of printer problems and tabulators going down. Everything's been smooth sailing over there in Buckeye?
Very smooth, very smooth. You know, I just thank God for that. Absolutely. This wheel is polished, and we are just having a great time over here voting. The people are having a great experience from the minute we opened up to now. So we're going to keep it going. Keep it going, everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I got to go back.
All right. Thanks for checking in with us. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. You too. All right, ciao.
Bye,
The best
Jimmy.
part is she's going back to work.
Yes. And I was hearing people say that on Twitter. Even if they call the state right away, as soon as the poll is closed, don't get out of line.
Yeah, we have to stay in line. We have to, even though there's going
if
to be
you're
some
in
of these
line at
locations.
7, stay
Yeah.
in line.
Especially if, so it's 5 p.m. now. Like there are
Okay,
people that are leaving
let's-
work,
yeah.
going, and there's going to be lines now. Their lines are good, and they have to stay in those lines. They can't go home.
Mhm.
Even if they're waiting for supper,
Right.
they cannot go home. We need that vote.
You can warm up supper. You can't vote again
Yeah.
later. So we're going to hear from our sponsors, and we will be back
And
with
there's
a little
good
bit more.
news. There's good news when we come back.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. So we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
Oh, nice.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to
Okay.
encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing.
Marketing and sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead Lee, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead Lee makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Leadly, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, content AI, workflow AI, reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Leadly's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, this is Cheryl Rosado. I am out here at the polls. I've been out here since before 6 o'clock. It was awfully chilly and cold this morning. I actually got kicked out of the first place I was at, so reporting that to the county, and we'll see if we can get that fixed. But in the meantime, instead of getting arrested, I decided to come to a different polling location. And I'm out here with my friend Susan. And you want to come say hi? This is Susan. She's out here with me. And we are out here just passing out information, encouraging people to vote for conservatives and conservative causes. And I just wanted to let you guys know what's up. It's been, I've done this so many times before, and this is definitely like kind of the craziest, like the busiest. There's actually no line at this polling location, so it's quick, but there's just so many people compared to usual. And then the place where I was at before, the polls didn't open on time because they were having printer issues, and there was definitely a line over there. So I don't know. Okay, do you know how long it is? Yeah, okay, so I'm just hearing at the college right here, the line is past the 75-foot line. And I know that in Levine, Arizona, that one of the locations, it's also not saying exact. It says like the wait is 8 minutes, but it's definitely at least 20 over there. So we're still working on getting everything up to date online, so people know where to go. And we're just out here trying to be helpful. We had the No on Prop 139 bus come visit us, and that was exciting. So busy morning, great energy. I've got so many people appreciative of us being out here, and I will see you guys later. We're gonna have Alan Skillicorn on. We're gonna talk numbers. We're gonna see how the day looks, and just stay positive, everyone, and keep praying for the best to happen. So just wanted to touch base with you guys. See you later. Bye.
So that's what you guys do, hijack wallets, huh?
That would be bad.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing. Yeah.
You're working too hard, boss.
Just keep an eye on everything.
So I got some news for you. Alan said he had some news, but I have news first, and mine's national, and so I get to go first. So we have the polls have closed because it is just past 10 o'clock or 7 o'clock in some of the states. So they have called Indiana and Kentucky for President Trump, and they have called Vermont for Kamala Harris. So right now in the race to, what is it, 270? Is it 270?
270.
Yeah.
270 to win.
270 to win. Trump is up 19-3. So there's that. But I also wanted to chat with you about an issue that I see going on in Milwaukee that Laura Trump was talking about. So apparently they started counting the ballots, and they realized that the legal team learned that the counting took place in unsecured locations, in unsecured conditions. And so allegedly. And so now the city has had to start over, which is going to extend the timeline for how long it's going to take them by apparently a lot, and so that is pretty unacceptable. They're pretty not happy about that. So I know the Trump's legal team has jumped in. They are they're calling on Milwaukee's officials to do their jobs and count the ballots quickly and efficiently so that they do not undermine voter confidence. So we got all that going on. It's kind of a jumble, and you will see that we are fighting for every last vote. We want every vote to count.
What was that source?
That was, I saw it on Twitter. So thank you, Elon, for us to be able to get our news quickly and efficiently peer-to-peer in this way. And it was from Laura Trump.
Co-chair of the RNC.
Co-chair of the RNC. Peace out, Rana. Go ahead, Alan.
Actually, there's another update I want to give.
Okay.
So this appears to be, I think it's actually a couple hours old.
Is it local?
It's Arizona. This is in Bullhead City in Mojave County, about some problems with being on the vote and I'm not sure that actually say what it was, but there's a very legitimate concern about sending people to other places. Well, once you're checked in, you cannot vote anywhere else.
Right.
So if you're checked in and you leave, your vote's done. So the advice is to not leave line, refuse to leave. Stay in line and refuse to leave.
Can you get checked out? Can you say check me out, or is that not a thing?
Do you trust
that they're going to check
the
you out?
bureaucrats?
Oh well.
So just
True.
people to know. So
I trust no one. So that's your answer.
You know the bureaucrats?
They tried to get me last cycle when we had all those printer problems in Maricopa County. My ballot wouldn't read.
That's because you voted on election day.
Because I voted on election day. My ballot wouldn't read, and they tried to get me to put it into that third door. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And so they were like, well, what are you going to do? I said, well, you can reprint it. Because they didn't offer me that option. They were just like, you just put it in the other door. It'll be fine. We'll just count it later. And I was like, no, you're not going to do that. I want you to print it out another one. And I knew they would only print it out 3 times. So I was like kind of scared because it wasn't the third one. It was only my second one. But this has never happened to me before. And I've been voting since I turned 18. And that had never happened to me before. So I was really.
Well, you don't vote every day. You only vote every 2 years or twice every 2 years. 2 times every 2 years.
Right. And I do vote in all, like I'm hardcore, I've been voting like that. So
well, speaking of like 3-3 and 4-4 voters, the diehard people would know a 4-4 voter is someone who voted the last 4 elections. So George Califf, he runs Data Orbital, Arizona polling firm.
On Twitter.
He's on Twitter, yes.
Yeah.
He is giving an update. Now, this is considering people who voted the last 3 elections. And they're actually talking about who has voted today and their voting history, which is actually quite interesting. And I think is fabulous news for Republicans. So let's talk about this and talk about why. So first off, we look at the Democrats that have voted. Now, there's been fewer Democrats that have voted than independents or Republicans. And when I look at the numbers here, basically, it's a flat line. About the same percentage of Democrats that have voted in the last 3 times as the people who have never voted Democrat before. Okay, so the 0-3, so they don't have any voting history. The 1-3, so they've only voted once in the last 3 elections, or voted 3 times every single time in the last 3. They're very much flatline, the same percentage. But when let's go to independents. So when we go to independents, the people that have voted 0-3, so they registered as independent and have no voting history. So maybe they registered 10 years ago and they just sat on the couch and got high or whatever for the last 10 years. We don't know.
Sounds like
right?
an independent.
Or they just registered.
Or a libertarian, but that's another story.
Yeah, well, independent. Well, libertarians are a registered party here, but also it could be people who just registered independent just now, right?
Right.
Just this year.
Right.
They are leading by far of the independents. So 0-3s are leading by far of the percentage of independents. The next lower, 1-3s. The next lower of that, 2-3s. The lowest percentage of independents that turned out today are 3-3s.
Wow.
So that would be it's a Democrat that's it's a demographic that is unknown because they have no voting history. But that is also someone that could be motivated because of the current, financial crisis, the inflation that's crushing families, and they registered vote is a protest vote. So that was very likely the case. But then we go to Republicans. And it's an opposite trend. So the lowest is 1-3s, but the next lowest is 0-3s, very close. statistically insignificant. Same thing with 2-3s. But the most of the Republicans that have turned out, the highest percentage are 3-3. So we have diehard Republicans that are rushing to the polls to get this done. We've got independents
That's me,
that
you
have
guys.
no history, that are probably really mad about the situation. And then Democrats, they're like,
yeah.
That, everyone, is good
It's
news.
interesting that you
for
bring that up.
Republicans. And it's good news for President Trump and Carrie Lake.
It's interesting that,
And
that
Cheryl
it's
Rosado.
turning out that way, because I was listening to Mark Halperin, Sean Spicer, and Dan Turrentine on the Two-Way podcast, and they were talking about how Trump's get out the vote operation had been targeting those particular groups, never voters and 1 and 3s, that group.
Right.
And they were saying the same thing. Nobody knows. But Trump was claiming, Trump's people, not Trump personally, but his people were claiming that they were going to get a huge turnout nationally because those are mostly young men. And young men have been very disaffected, evidently, by, I don't blame them, by all this woke crap. And basically, particularly white men, being blamed for every single thing that's ever gone wrong in the history of the world. And there's a lot of pissed off young men, and a lot of young black men too.
Mhm.
And they're getting a lot of.
So it's not just the colonizers.
It's not just the colonizers are tired of being blamed for being colonizers, and there's a lot of young black men say to themselves, I wasn't a slave. What the fudge? I need to get a job, and they're standing in my way. I mean, everyone's got the same. Listen, if you live a straight life, you get married, you go to church, you have kids. It doesn't matter what color you are. What you want is the same: a better world for your kids, a little property to own, a little financial security, and to be left alone. It doesn't matter. And I don't think the Democrats get that. And I think Trump does. The average person, regardless of race or religion or sexual, that's the other thing. I don't think there's an LGBTQIA community. I think that's a fantasy. I know a lot of LGs, and they don't want to be part of the TQIA plus crowd.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to live their lives, and they're married, and they have adopted children and all kinds of things, and they have plenty to do like everybody else. And they are tired of being lumped in with deviants.
Is that the normal gay guy vote, according to J.D. Vance?
Yes, the normal. That's what I'm.
Right. But it's true, because I see it. I mean, I know like Twitter is an encapsulation. It shows me based on my interests and things like that. But I see so many gay guys, and they're just like, come on.
They didn't ask to be. There's like no leader of the LGBT. Someone made that up, and they dragged the LGs in.
The internet made it up.
And I know plenty of gay lawyers. I mean, over the years, I've known gay lawyers and doctors and engineers, and in fact, in my family, I've got 2 of my nephews are gay, and one is, and I have one niece who's a lesbian. But one is actually works for the State Department and happens to be a Republican. He's a Lincoln. What do they call that? A Lincoln Republican when you're a gay Republican, and he has been his whole life. And so is his husband.
Log cabin.
Thank you.
Log cabin.
And so is his husband. And I
think the Lincoln Republicans are the pedophiles.
And my lesbian niece,
right,
she's a professor in the Midwest in Indiana. She plays hockey recreationally, like real competitively. And her issue is keeping men out of women's sports. She does not want to play hockey against a man.
Right.
And
I can see that.
And this whole woke thing is going to be a bigger issue than people think.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are disgusted that they've gone after the children with all this sexuality and all these things. This is where I become really MAGA. This is where I get sympathetic, because I think the minute they started messing with kids under the age of 18,
that's where sane people drew the line.
To me, that's like jumping the shark. It's like, what?
Yes.
Like, how far do you have
to go? That's where the left jumped the shark. I like it.
Yeah, and I'd like to know who was the first one to come up with that idiotic idea. Everyone I know looks at each other. We all do it. I'm sure you've done it too. Like, who was the first to come up with this? Who decided that gender was optional? Who's the moron? I mean, you don't have to be a college graduate to say there's men and there's women.
Right.
And people who have children, it doesn't matter what they do for a living. We all want the same for our children, a good life. And, leave them alone.
Yes.
This is where I get sympathetic to Trump, really sympathetic on those issues, especially.
Right. And I think, as a mother of kids who play sports, I mean, one of my daughters is in gymnastics, and there's not going to be a male gymnast trying to do a female gymnast because those activities are designed for the female body and the male body. You know, you can see on YouTube there are like boys trying to do like the girl tricks and they can't. Their center of gravity is off, and if they can do a real crappy one, they're excited. Oh, I could do it because they're just made differently. But for most sports, it's just, I mean, I heard on the radio, I think I was listening to like VCYM, and they were saying that the incidence of women being hurt in sports is just skyrocketing.
You see that yesterday, they tested the Nigerian and the Korean that were men boxing in this category and won gold medals at the Olympics. They're men. They're XY chromosome men.
Right,
it came out yesterday.
They tried to say that they were women, just had extra testosterone or something. We knew that.
They were men from the start. This whole thing, and they beat the living hell out of those women in boxing. Who lets them do that? It's a blessing that no one got killed.
Yeah,
liberals let them do that.
Well, see, that's where a lot of
actually I shouldn't say liberals because being a liberal is respectful. Progressives let them do.
Yeah, I'm a libertarian. I'm not liberal or conservative. I'm. You know,
but I just find it repulsive. The definition of liberal is someone who society, free society.
No matter what you are, decency, common sense.
Like you said, it's repulsive.
It's repulsive.
What kind of man would pummel on a woman like that? It's.
Well, speaking of wife beaters, we could talk about Dogmahoff, but actually, can we get back to the election?
Yes.
I'd like. Oh, by the way, speaking of strange husband and wives, I don't know if anyone else caught it. When Tim Walz was first getting the nomination at the Democratic Convention, he shook his wife's hand. Did anyone catch that? So he goes up to her. I'm not making this up. He shakes his wife's hand, and then they hug, but they don't kiss. He shook. Look it up. Someone look. I swear to God,
he is a little effeminate.
That is really, really
There's
weird.
Something weird with that guy. He's like that creepy guy you don't want to coach your kids.
Only a couple things.
You know, it's like
I definitely would not.
Supposedly he had the girlfriend that was the daughter of the communist party guy in China back in the day.
This is just my kids all went to Catholic school for high school. My Jewish kids, okay, and I have to be honest. A couple of the priests did raise the hair on the back of my neck. I definitely got
creep vibes,
a little creepy vibe out of it. However, there was nothing going on there because they policed it carefully. You know, but that's the feeling I get from this guy. This guy makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There's something
his wife does
fundamentally
that too.
creepy with him. And I know. Did you ever find anything on that, Eric?
Can our viewers watch this?
Yeah, he's shaking her hand.
In that image, she looks like Hillary Clinton.
I know. I definitely.
I can't see all
he gives me a vibe I don't like. I would say as a woman, I don't.
All right, so we've got a little bit of the results. So look at Indiana.
Okay.
So Indiana went 25 points for Trump. It's a pretty big win.
Nice.
So the actual percentage, you could beat it to me. So I'm on my phone, so I've got like multiple tabs open here.
Okay.
The exact percent, if I don't tap it, was 62% President Trump to 37% Kamala Harris. So that was 306,000 votes for President Trump and only 182 little, wimpy votes for Kamala Harris. So let's go look at a poll. So there is a poll that's, unfortunately, I can't see who did it. When it clicks on it, just refreshes this. But there is a poll from a very credible source that will combine polls together. Had Indiana plus 17 Republican.
Wow. So
the fact that we're outperforming by 8 points.
How many precincts are reporting?
That was 15% not long ago. That's an excellent question. And let's see if that's changed. 16% now.
May I just say that Indiana has always impressed me as a smart state, and it's the home of the person who is my absolute favorite public figure in the United States and who I wish would be president, Mitch Daniels.
Oh.
Former congressman, former two-term governor of Indiana, former president of Purdue, now retired, still a relatively young man than Trump. I wish that he was he is my favorite, and he's honest as the day is long. Okay, I've said all I have to say about Mitch Daniels.
So now 17%, but the percentage
Georgia too close to call is what.
Can you repeat that, please?
Key battleground state, Georgia too close to call.
It's only 726 there.
I was saying, so has it closed
so
yet?
it's closed.
Or it closed at 7:30.
But is there
I thought they closed at 7:30. Or am I nutsy?
I think it's North Carolina closes at 7:30.
Okay, I'm nuts. That's why I asked the question. Am I nuts?
Let's go and see that video of Waltz and his
Call me crazy, call me nutty.
yeah.
I mean, even Bill kissed Hillary, and that was a chore. So, I mean,
Yeah, but Bill kissed everything that moved.
I'm just saying.
Except Hillary.
I wouldn't kiss Hillary with your lips, buddy. I'm just saying. But
We got 3 minutes till the close in 3 states, including North Carolina. So we're gonna be watching for updates on that. Just want to throw that out there. It's just
I'm not so sure Georgia has closed yet.
Okay. I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if it'll tell me which states are closing right now.
He's going to win Georgia. He's going to win the whole South. There's no doubt about it.
But it's the percentage that matters. Oh, there's votes in Georgia. Only 4% are in. So they're required by law to have all the early votes counted by 8 p.m. It's only 7:28. Now the bureaucrats, so maybe they'll. And Ratzenberger, he does a good job, but he's got his own problems. So we'll see how that goes.
It shows. It does show Trump leading. What did you say? 6% in is counting Georgia.
Okay.
And Trump's up.
So in mine, I see 4, but that's
Florida. It shows it's 64% in Florida with Trump up, and Virginia's got just over 2.5%, and they have Harris up.
So I love comparing to the polls. So Georgia is very well polled, and wow, according to 538, they were only at +1, and right now the Georgia results are at a 14% spread. That's great. And frankly, I would think that in my experience, a lot of times poll early are closer to the urban centers because they're closer to the election offices.
Well, like Georgia, Atlanta, and Macon are gonna go blue. But it's a question of how blue. And from what I understand from my daughter, who I spoke to just before I came over here, who lives in Atlanta, and is, by the way, a Democrat and wants very much for this not to be true. The Democrats are having low, among the urban areas, and particularly neighborhoods, their turnout is lower than they were expecting.
Well, they're afraid of crime. They know they might get carjacked on their way to the polling place.
As I often say, most people don't give a crap. This is all a manufactured thing that's separating us all by tribe.
Sorry, I forgot I had that alarm.
What happens at 5:30?
Don't let it happen again.
Honestly, I do intermittent fasting, and my fast ends at 6. So 5:30 is my alarm. If you haven't eaten, eat something.
We have very healthy. This is what kind of podcast is this?
This is Chips and Salsa, homemade salsa, and Food City chips.
Who doesn't love Food City chips?
Food City chips are the best. Okay, so
I'm
it's
not being
5:30.
facetious. I'm serial.
Oh, I know you are because you liked them last time you came on the show.
Yeah, I love those things.
Yeah, they do make the best ones, and they also make the best. Well, I don't know if they make the best, but their pan de huevos better than at Ranch Market. So, just throwing that out there.
You should try El Super. My favorite.
Okay, we're gonna take a break. The results haven't come in yet from the states that closed, so we will get those in as soon as we can, and we'll see you soon. Stick with us.
Isn't working again. I'm roasting in here. Hi there. I'm from Canaloo Air. I'm here to fix your air conditioner.
Canaloo Air is a family-owned HVAC company that specializes in residential air conditioning and heating. We offer a variety of services, including installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance. Canaloo Air. We keep your home comfortable all year round. Call us today for a free quote. Why Canaloo Air? Here are the top 5 reasons. Family-owned and operated. We are committed to high-quality service. Our technicians use the highest quality parts and equipment. The business is a member of the Home Advisor Elite Service Award program. And finally, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Visit our website, canilooair.com, or call us today, 602-609-3480, to schedule an appointment.
So that's what you guys do, hijack wallets, huh?
That would be bad.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
Hey, thanks for joining us, staying with us, sticking with us. So while we were on break, West Virginia was called for President Trump, and that's not really any surprise. Do you seeing any other numbers there, Alan?
Yeah, I still want to reiterate the Georgia numbers. We're still, just barely rolling in, but the numbers are solid for President Trump. He's at a 15-point spread right now, with only 7% of the votes in. But to give you an example, the real clear politics average of all the polls in Georgia, and Georgia was very well polled, was only 3.1% lead. Now, we're not going to hold 15% all night, right?
Right.
But if we have a 6% lead, 7% lead, it tells me that independents and even some Democrats were pulling the trigger for President Trump. And those trends would probably apply to the rest of the country and make me feel a little more comfortable that we still might have an America tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Kamala Harris is elected president, young people are going to be drafted. Prices are going to be sky high. It's going to be doom and gloom
I was just
for the
going to say
United
doom and
States
gloom.
of Kamala Harris.
Don't hold back, Alan. Tell us what you really think.
But if President Trump is elected, the sun will come out tomorrow.
None of these
oil
people are
prices will
magical.
come
I'm just
down.
going to throw it out there.
But drilling for oil here in the United States, having nuclear energy, bringing back jobs, that's going to matter.
Okay, so
having people that I know and am friends with, of those 5,000 political hires the president has, is going to help our country.
Yes,
I am excited about Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, and I also heard that Raul has decided to work with him.
Yes, I love
that
Dr. Ron.
For those of us who are libertarian,
I always love Ron Paul.
Ron Paul is the god of libertarians.
Yes,
in a very nice way.
Yes,
and I think they're deadly serious.
Yes,
and I think that scares the living daylights out of the mainstream. I think that's another big reason.
Right.
Did you see Musk interviewed when who was it? I think it was Joe Rogan, and he said, you've really gone all in for Trump. What happened loses, and I'm going to clean this up way up. He said, I'm effed.
And I know, but so many people felt like that.
It's like
this is
exciting. Look what Elon Musk did with Twitter. I mean, he laid off 80% of the staff there, and they operate. They do more today than they did then. It proves to me the headcount is. Think of all these government positions we can get rid of.
Boeing just put their whole space division up for sale. Now, I want you to understand
that
when they started the program to build the big rocket. Oh, I think SpaceX will buy it, and
it might run into antitrust.
Not really.
He'd have a bigger monopoly than it does now.
I mean, there's ULA and there's Bezos, but his Blue Origin. Although they haven't launched anything in a long time. But the whole thing is that look what he's done with. When they started the project to design the new capsule to go up to the space station and rebuild and do a new, the Crew Dragon the SpaceX did, Boeing got twice the money. They got twice the money that SpaceX did. And they've been flying a reusable rocket over and over and over. And meanwhile, Boeing takes years to get to one launch and strands the astronauts.
I literally just heard Patrick Bet-David talking about the same thing, like that Elon Musk is embarrassing them.
Well, because he has to go up and get them. He has to plan it. He had to plan in an extra flight for January to go up and get them because they have It's not like they just decide, hey, next Thursday, let's shoot up
Did we talk about these numbers? Are these new for us? I mean, they're not new. They're like half an hour old, but did we talk about those? I don't think we did. I think we only talked about the 4 o'clock one. Did we talk about the 5 o'clock numbers?
The trend is the same.
Okay.
So the Maricopa numbers, the trend is the same with more independents. So the independents are eroding Republican votes. I mean, I think we should watching the national stuff right now because we're actually seeing results roll in.
Okay.
And so even though I think you had Fox News up, and I don't like Fox News very much.
Yeah, me neither. But it was
Fox News is totally,
But I was like, what other national? Where am I going to look? You know what I mean?
Fact that
like, I'm not going to
it's
MSNBC
refreshing
or
like it
CNN.
is. And so looking at my phone summary, like this one has, which is fabulous. Can you actually turn the screen a little bit again?
Sure.
So let's talk about. Oh, I want to say that Virginia race there.
It's right there.
So Virginia. Well, it looks bad right now. Oh no, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's beyond the margin. So a few moments ago, it was Harris's lead is huge right now, 19%.
Right. It wasn't that
Virginia.
big. Yeah.
Oh, that's because it's Arlington reporting.
A couple
When it
minutes
gets away from Arlington.
minutes ago, it was up 2, and the polls had them at 5. So I was like, "Ooh, that's very positive." So that's actually bad for us. But yeah, again, we don't know where it's reporting, and it's not on that map. It's not even called.
Yeah. I like when they show like when Arizona's done and they show you. So because I know my own state, I'm like, oh, well, that area don't count. Like they reported, I knew I was going to lose there. You know what I mean? So, and I can't really.
Virginia is a red state
I
with
can't
a lot
really,
of bureaucrats living in Arlington that make a lot of money.
Not just
so, but I can't. I don't know all of those specifics for all the states to be able to look at precinct reporting that way. Even though, I mean, I guess we don't report.
Yeah,
by
we don't
precinct
we don't have
anymore.
the expertise.
Yeah.
I think the
But
Trump's
that's
gonna take
a
Virginia.
good.
I have a gut feeling, and what's going on in New Hampshire? Anyone reporting?
Let me look. Hold on. I just minimized.
There are
that.
numbers. Unfortunately, the screen's so small, it's hard for me to click on it. Kamo is ahead by 15 points.
How much of the vote is reported?
That's more difficult
Let's see.
to zoom in on.
It looks like 5.6% is in of the vote, and she's up 54 to 42%.
Okay, the rural districts have it's way too early.
Way too early.
Way too early.
I need like a little
I'm
stylist.
not gonna lie to you, Alan. He's feeding me the hopium.
Oh,
Even if he doesn't mean to.
Well,
Even if he
so
doesn't mean to.
Actually, if there was this big conspiracy by the media, which, well, I don't want to get into that for this show. It'd be wise for them to give us the really good results, and then at 4 a.m. make that magical. Oh, now we're going to report on everything else, right?
Don't worry.
Don't
worry. You don't have to worry about this.
Well, some of us are paid to worry.
This is good. There's going to be some cheating, but it's going to be spotty.
So, and I actually don't disagree.
We know
with
that.
I actually think that if our labor and efforts and money were spent at getting out likely Republican or conservative voters, we would more than make up for a couple percent there, and we would win every election.
Yes.
And it's about how we use resources. And in the business world, we try to think about how do we use resources to benefit us and and make more money, right? And there's certain things that we're not going to chase after something we can never attain, but we can chase after things that we can attain and will give us an advantage down the road that overcome those things. And I would love to overcome if we could go the few thousand cheaters, if we could overcome them by 100,000. Oh, I'm so disappointed.
There's always cheating in elections. That's just the way it is,
Right.
especially in a country of 340 million people. But having said that, it's isolated, and I guarantee you there are a few people cheating our way too. When I say our way, I hope Trump wins for lots of reasons.
Yeah,
But
and it does go both ways. I think that there is this, and I would argue that the other side is a little more dishonest, and they have this raw desire and greed for power that they'll do. Here's an example. There is maybe a quarter of Democrats that think that Donald Trump really is Hitler or he's evil.
Oh, God, I hate that argument.
And so if we had a modern day Hitler, what would we do to get rid of him? Would we violate some of our own moral creeds? I mean, if you were a sniper and had opportunity to shoot Hitler, would you do it? Most people would. But could you euthanize a squirrel? I don't think so.
No.
But but I'm serious now. In a normal person, could never pull that trigger. But if it was Hitler,
right,
all of a sudden. So if Trump really is Hitler, they would cheat, they would steal, they would do whatever they can to defeat him. And I think there's a difference, and there is a psychosis there.
I would love to have a discussion of fascism.
So in just over
with
15
someone who calls all people fascists.
Yeah,
yeah.
In just over 15 minutes, you guys, we have the polls are going to be closing in Texas, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Minnesota, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Tennessee. Let's see, Missouri, Alabama. Is that what AL is?
Yeah, AL is Alabama.
Kentucky.
No, wait. Yeah, Alabama's AL and Alaska's
Rhode
AK.
Island, Maine, New Hampshire, Kansas, MS. Mississippi. Okay. So I think I got them all. So all those ones are closing. Let's see. Let's look just quickly.
So 12% in Virginia. Camelo's got a 15-point lead. I don't have enough information of where these votes are coming in. But we need to watch. We need to race.
The very fact that no one's declaring it yet is because, unlike Vermont, where you know there's going to be Democratic, they don't know.
Right. Does that declare it or not?
Yeah. These ones are
Virginia's
declared.
Still not declared.
Right.
Okay.
These are just declared right here. We also have, it looks like they have, so for the Senate, it looks like it's saying 40 to 29 Republican seats to Democrats, and the House 16
Yeah, but
seats
there's
to
a
7
bunch to
seats.
come. Yeah.
So I wanted to give you guys like the update of what's going on. Like I said, we're going to have a ton of states are closing in the next 18, 17 minutes. So
We have some early numbers from Ohio, only 4%. So just, hardly anything. Trump is up 14 at beginning. Again, not enough information to make a decision.
Right.
I'm going to try to click on New Jersey. I don't think there's anything for New Jersey. No, there's nothing reporting.
Let me see. I don't have.
I actually don't think we're going to. It's going to be hard to drill down on districts for Congress.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm sure he has a philosophy.
Is
that? Oh, is that?
I was just gonna
is
say,
that
is there
just
anything
open the
that
phone
he
book and that's how you
doesn't-
get your people?
Doesn't have a philosophy for?
Almost nothing.
See? I knew it.
Statistically, though, you could open up the phone book and probably get people who are less corrupt, or
that's
maybe more qualified.
That's the whole thing that my whole philosophy on anti-politism is about. That you can pick people at random and come up with a better group of people we have in Congress. That's for sure. Having said that, should I promote my book? Okay, see, Eric's got me under control. Okay.
That's why I gave it to you.
Dudes and dudettes, this book is called A Radical Reset. It's on Amazon in many different forms, and it is the manifesto of anti-politism, in which not only do I describe the system, which is converting our republic from people running for office for ambition to duty, as well as solutions to just about everything. Well, I hate to use the word solution, but better trade-offs, let's just say. Who's signing off? Who's doing where? You're still the leader, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, no. We got to guess at 6 o'clock.
So just more updates. So North Carolina, not good news. Only 2% though. Kamala's 30 points up, but 2%.
If it's Raleigh, it doesn't matter. North Carolina is probably Trump's safest state after Arizona. I'm not sweating.
They screwed up the hurricane so bad. So South Carolina 5% in. Trump way up 23 points.
This early, none of these results are going to matter.
But it's fun. But it's also, we're seeing trends. We want to see trends, and also right now it's the cumulative trends because we don't know which precincts are reporting and things.
By 9 o'clock tonight, we're gonna know who's the president. I guarantee. I don't want to say guarantee, but this is not. Everyone's worried it's going to go on for days. We're going to know by 9 o'clock. All these states are going to close.
And I would bet $1,000 that's not the case.
I want to go. I hope so because I'm going to the election night party at MCRC today.
9 o'clock Eastern
and I want to
9
celebrate.
o'clock our time. By 9 o'clock our time, 11 o'clock Eastern.
Because if it was 9 o'clock Eastern, I'd say $10,000.
No. No. What's going to happen is a couple of states, 1 or 2 states that weren't expected to go red are going to go red. And when they go red, then all that other math and all the retaining, what do they call the blue wall? I was calling it the retaining wall because I used to do real estate development. Well, this is from a guy that used to build retaining walls. But anyway, the blue wall won't matter. If she loses New Mexico, the party's
Right.
over. If
Yeah.
she loses New Jersey, the party's over. If she loses New Hampshire, the party's over. If she loses Virginia, the party's over. So, and she's going to win one of those states, and she
Yeah.
might win two of those states. And the other
You
state,
know, New Hampshire. What's the electoral vote in New Hampshire? So New Mexico is only 5.
it doesn't matter. That's all it takes.
But 5 does not change anything if she wins Pennsylvania.
Right, but she's not. She's not. She has not a chance.
New Hampshire's only 4 again. Actually, she could win. Donald Trump could win New Hampshire and New Mexico, and she wins Pennsylvania, and doesn't change either route, either path.
But
remember, I'm just bring us back to
all I'm saying is, there's no chance on this planet she's winning Pennsylvania, and she knows it. That's why she was in there 4 times yesterday. And the great part about Kamala Harris, if you want her to lose, is the more she shows up, the worse she gets.
I would say make her more visible. That's what
that's
what
actually
you gotta
true.
do.
That's actually been documented. Everywhere she starts showing up, she goes down.
I would say instead of getting a bounce in the polls, she gets
because moron.
Well,
Because
hopefully,
she's a moron.
Vice President select JD Harris. Hopefully, we'll call him that soon.
JD Vance, you mean?
JD Vance.
Little.
I don't. That was not a Freudian slip.
I
Trust
was
me.
gonna say,
But
is Alan
JD
part of the
Vance,
machine we
he
rail
says
against?
every time she's asked a question, we pick up 50,000 votes.
I heard him say that.
Well, you know,
funny.
she was raised in a middle class family.
I heard that.
It's like that's become a punchline. It's a meme.
I know.
Right?
I know.
I saw. By the way, if you have a chance to see it, I don't have it to pull. Reason Magazine did a cute little parody yesterday about a press conference, right or left, and they went back and forth. It's hysterically funny. It's hysterically funny.
I know, like, when we had the very first vice presidential debate, like, JD Vance said that right away. Well, I grew up in a middle class family, and, like, the whole place
just erupts into laughter.
We just erupted in slapper. I was watching it at the AZGOP headquarters with the Trump campaign. It was hilarious.
Oh, they don't let me. Did we sell the headquarters?
We do. We haven't sold it yet. If anyone's interested, yeah.
So 10% of the vote in New Hampshire, so it's increasing, but unfortunately,
it's too
still
slow.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going our way at this point in time.
Relax.
Let's see.
He's just giving me all kinds of hope.
I'm just telling you, it's going to happen. And there might be a real shocker in there. There could be a real shocker in there.
New Jersey.
Somewhere. Yeah.
New Jersey would be fun.
New Jersey would be a huge shocker. So would New York. And I think it's not out of the question. Donald Trump does anything by accident.
New York.
And I think he rallied Madison Square Garden for a reason. And what's interesting, forget the polls just for a minute. I was watching early in the morning because Pepper, for some reason, has decided that it's time for me to get up at 4 a.m. usually.
Nice.
And when she decides it's time for me to get up, that's the end. So I had it on early, and people were lying like at 5 a.m. in New York, and it was cold. And there was thousands of people around the block.
The more percentage in Virginia that comes in, it drops.
You know, it's like, who does that in New York City, which is the bluest of the
polls are at?
I think that Trump could win New York. I know that's based on nothing. I just have a gut feeling because I know New Yorkers, and I just can't imagine them voting for her.
Yeah. Okay.
But we don't know where those are at, so I would not.
What are we doing now?
We're just chatting Virginia still because it had been, what was it, up 20? Was that what it was?
The number was bad.
It was really bad.
So
but
the RCP average on polls in Virginia was the Communist Party was up by 5.
Yeah. Wait.
And the American was down by 5. But
don't worry, because when the rest of the state comes in, Arlington's going to report first. They're the most automated, the richest community, so on and so forth. Yeah. But when the rest of the state comes in, it's going to change.
Well, and I don't disagree. I mean, think of the irony. Virginia is a really neat place. I mean, so you go to Fredericksburg, right? So they have like Frederick Davis. He was the president of the Confederacy. Like, streets named after him.
That's
right?
Jefferson Davis, not Frederick Davis.
Okay, sorry.
But I just want to throw that out there.
They have like Confederacy heroes in Southern Virginia, right? And so Virginia is open carry state. You can you're not allowed to concealed carry in a bar, but you can open carry in a bar. That is how awesome Virginia is, right?
I would say, as God intended.
Yet,
come on.
Arlington is a bunch of global leftists. So you've got 1 million global leftists offsetting like the 800,000, like red-blooded, there's
Average American.
probably a few people that probably don't share are more sensible opinions.
But they're not American. Let's refrain
I'm
from
not
that.
Are we talking about the progressives? Are we talking about
Progressives are Americans. They're just morons.
The people that think the South didn't lose the war.
They need to be protected.
It will
God
rise
bless them.
again.
So yeah, there are people who go to talk about the war of northern aggression down there.
Well, you know, and I'm not going down that road.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you that originally the United States was set up as a confederation, not a union, and that is the heart of that problem.
Yeah.
So,
but, if you were around in 1789,
I wouldn't have ratified the Constitution.
Okay.
I'd have kept the Articles of Confederation.
I have spoken on that before, and I'm not going to do so tonight.
Good, because we have somebody out there who wants to report live to us. So we love
live.
Tell us where you are. Tell us what's
dead.
going on, Adam. Can you hear me?
I'm in Monrovia. Just letting everybody know there's a long line in Monrovia.
In California.
Yes.
How long do you have until your polls close?
I believe it's till 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Don't
And
get out of
they're
line.
an hour behind us. They're an hour behind us.
Correct.
Yeah.
Don't get out of line.
Oh, hell no. I'm not getting out of line. We've got too much at stake for getting out of line.
How long do you think the line is? Like how time-wise, how long is the line?
Probably about a half hour, 45 minutes. I've lived in my town 44 years. I've never seen voting lines this long before.
Never seen.
Wow.
So no one has missed dinner before, but they might this year.
Yeah, that's right. So hopefully California has a good outcome.
Have you had heard of any problems? You know, printers not working, tabulators not working, anything like that?
You know, it's funny you say that. I talked to my father this afternoon around 1, and he went to go vote, for the judges, and he didn't put anybody down. He didn't vote for any judges, and then when he printed it out, he noticed that there was judges automatically selected for him. So he had to get a poll worker to come out and
print him another one.
him. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they had to go to we have computers here in California, so they had to physically go in and change it for him because he didn't want to vote for any judges because he didn't know where they stood on certain things. So he said it was a pretty big fiasco to get that changed.
That's interesting. I have never heard of anyone who had that issue before. I mean, I know we don't vote like that here in Arizona,
right?
But I never talk to anyone personally to have an issue like that. So it does exist. It is out there happening.
That's right.
Thank you for letting us know.
Absolutely.
Any other oddities over there?
Nothing that I've noticed. I mean, I've worked all day, so I've been just working. So I just got in line right now, and hopefully there's no problems. But I do have my F Newsom shirt on in line, so.
Your what?
My fuck Gavin Newsom shirt.
Fudge
Oh.
Newsom.
Oh, sorry, Fudge.
Nice.
Let's go, Brandon.
Nice.
Yes, let's go, Brandon. No, I got turned on.
Okay.
Emilio
Well, thank you for letting us know what's going on over there, and thank you for going after work to get in line. I know because you've already had a long day, and you went ahead and went in line. And please stay in line. Encourage all those around you to stay in line. Every vote is important.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go, Brandon.
God bless America.
God bless America. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Even though God left California decades ago.
He can still bless it.
Bruce Willis.
There are people voting for Trump for you. I have 2 sons to do it.
There are. I have family in California,
Orange County.
San Diego. They're going to vote for Trump.
Yeah, parts of San Diego.
My oldest son's in Carlsbad, North County, San Diego. He's hard red. And my youngest son is kind of purple, but he lives in Rancho Palos Verdes. And with the landslides, he is so pissed off at local government that he was never really leaning that way. And now he's not so purple. He's more red.
Good for him. So you can see Virginia has more coming in and her lead's dropping. So
it's good to hear.
Once the rest of the state comes
let's keep that up, Virginia. Keep that up. More percentages in, and her lead
this
drop.
is better than Georgia is fabulous right now for us.
What are we doing in Georgia?
So we're up 23%, with 61%.
Atlanta hasn't reported.
No,
for sure.
23% of the votes.
They just
But
called
Trump
South Carolina for Trump.
Well, that's
that's a given. Yes,
Right. It was just updating.
But that's positive, right? Because she can't take off. I mean, that's 9 electoral votes that we get to bank. It's just like early voting. We get to bank those.
We bank it.
Yeah.
That's it. We're done. So right now, Trump is leading 32 to 3. She still only has Vermont.
Georgia looks nice, but I don't. If there's some urban vote in there, it could be a fun night.
There's 2 blue cities, Atlanta and Macon, because that's where the schools are.
But Macomb, I mean,
like all universities,
I would say all the colleges.
But
yeah,
Macomb could come around. I mean,
they could.
Lake and Riley shook that community to the bone.
Mm-hmm.
You could have. Here is some on that particular issue. You've got fiscally conservative, socially liberal moms that are watching their children die, and they want to clean up the streets. And crime is a big deal, and they know that Kamala Harris has a track record of more crime, more immigration. That could have been. Imagine if it was suburban white liberal women that got Donald Trump elected. That would be the story.
It's not going to happen.
That would be the story.
Not going to happen, but let's hope.
Yep. And again, same thing. Like just one more percentage came into Virginia, and again, her lead dropped just a little. So that's the trend we want to see. So very excited for
if they haven't declared it yet, it's because they know
right
what districts are reporting and what.
21% is in, so it's not horrible.
Florida's got 80% in. 80% in.
Florida?
Yeah.
How's it looking for Big D in Florida?
Plus 10.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Does he got Big D energy tonight?
Yes. Big DeSantis energy.
I saw him give his farewell speech at the rally last night. I found it moving.
I did not see that.
It was very moving.
Some of us were asleep. Actually, some of us were.
I saw it in a clip. I didn't watch it
Some of us were
live.
doing campaign.
I was Mimi's last night because I knew I had to get up and have a long day, so I went to bed early. But
so I went to bed early, but then I was up probably before he spoke. So every night, like for the past week, it's like 2 hours of sleep. So
yeah, oh, that's
how campaigning is. So.
Yeah.
Pepper has decided that she has a clock in her head, and I get up early. It doesn't matter what time I go to bed. And she kisses me until I wake up, and it's like taking a shower.
And just like we're telling everyone, stay in line, stay in line. We're going to have ballots to cure for the next, 5 days? How long do we have to cure ballots? Do you know, Alan?
I forget the number.
But I have been curing ballots already over the weekend. People who sent in their ballots and they forgot to sign the back, and so they only have 1 more hour to either go and vote or to get down to the elections department and sign that ballot. So we were like mad trying to get those no signature ones.
We only had one over the weekend.
Yeah, we had quite a few, unfortunately, in our LD. And then you have the questionable signature ones, and those you have a little bit longer. So just really interesting. But my daughter and I are going to be taking off. We have to get home. We have other stuff to get to, and we will be at the MCRC party later. So we'll see you guys. I'll see you guys then.
Where's that party, by the way?
At the MCRC headquarters, the We the People building. It's let's see, where is it? It's actually not a secret. It's like right off the 10 near the Sam's Club. That's how I know. It's off Ray. So because near the Sam's Club.
Oh, okay. So we're talking down south of town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So off the 10 and Ray. Okay. So everything just closed. So before I go, let me just tell you the states that they just called for Trump and for Kamala because it just changed.
Two states going for Trump.
Okay. So
Alabama, Mississippi. I can see it over your shoulder.
Yeah. So it's Oklahoma and Mississippi and MO. Is that Missouri?
Missouri.
Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, and then Kamala got
Maryland.
Illinois, which I'm shocked.
Yeah, I'm
Absolutely
shocked. Shocked, I say.
Yeah, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey. They called New Jersey for Kamala.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maryland and DC. Again, shock that DC went for.
Yeah,
we'll see.
But they did call Florida for Trump, so woo, that's great.
We'll see.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch pop up now.
Yeah, it's all just like all these colors. So
we'll see. There's going to be a shocker in there. I just feel it coming.
So Fox is called New Jersey.
Yes.
For Trump. I'm sorry for
Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah.
With New York Times is not.
Well, they called it for Trump with zero reporting.
So they've done Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut.
Hold on, refresh
Maryland.
Okay.
That's interesting. It's changed. It's active. It's changing all the time here.
Yeah. Okay, 2% in at New Jersey, and she's up 68 to 29. Steph calling it, yeah.
But also, Fox has a pattern of calling things early.
That's true. But
that's not why I'm critical of them, but there is that.
Yeah, same.
trend.
But it's so funny though, because as I'm doing this, I feel like that guy in 2000 that was out with his little whiteboard. You remember with the Bush Gore thing?
Carl Rove, he loves his whiteboard.
It was hilarious. I remember that.
He still does that. He's actually very good with it.
So
believe it or
old.
not.
Can't believe it. Can't believe I got this old, you guys.
I can't believe someone mentioned Carl Rove tonight. So it's kind of been a decade. If I see Carl Rove pops on TV, I turned off. So there was a day that I watched.
Yeah.
And Carl Rove probably helped me see the light.
I listen to every side of everything because I want to form my own opinion. I think Carl Rove is very, very well informed within a traditional scope, and I listen to what he has to say along with everybody else.
I think he has an agenda and he pushes it to manipulate people.
I don't see it, but okay. Listen, that's the great thing about free speech, man. There's a reason why the First Amendment is first.
Yes, true.
Because we need the second to defend it.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and
even though they weren't in that order when they were
take a break, and we will. It's gonna be a longer break, so stick with us, and we will chat. I will report from the party, tell you guys what's going on. I'll have the kids there, so it'll be fun, and let's stay tuned, and hopefully we will we'll end this night with Donald Trump. So see you guys soon.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Lead, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, Content AI, Workflow AI, Reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending, say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android, manage your business on the go even if you're stuck in traffic, unlimited funnels, create as many sales funnels as your heart desires, unlimited landing pages, capture leads like a pro, unlimited appointment scheduling, no more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Lead's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
Isn't working again. I'm roasting in here. Hi there. I'm from Canaloo Air. I'm here to fix your air conditioner.
Canaloo Air is a family-owned HVAC company that specializes in residential air conditioning and heating. We offer a variety of services, including installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance. Canaloo Air. We keep your home comfortable all year round. Call us today for a free quote. Why Canaloo Air? Here are the top 5 reasons. Family-owned and operated. We are committed to high-quality service. Our technicians use the highest quality parts and equipment. The business is a member of the Home Advisor Elite Service Award program. And finally, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Visit our website, canilooair.com, or call us today, 602-609-3480, to schedule an appointment.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
You're working too hard, boss.
Just keep an eye on everything.
So that's what you guys do, hijack wallets, huh?
That would be bad. Oh, nice.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing. Yeah.
Well, here we are back. Am I live, Uncle Eric? Welcome, gang. Thanks for joining us. Oh, there's the camera. Well, I'm all alone now, leading the charge. You know what I wanted to talk about a little bit, Eric? What the real issue in this election is, and everyone's got it wrong. So everyone's looking at, immigration, and that's big. And then what are the other ones? Inflation, and what's the other big one? Immigration, inflation, threat to democracy. What are other silly issues that we're worrying about? Abortion. Oh, let's not forget. Anyway, let me tell you what the big problem is. Eric, you might remember a way back, I said the dumbest thing that Biden did in his term was weaponize the dollar. Okay? Now, as a result of that, and this is where, this is going to be a little obscure, but I got to go here just so everyone understands the risks we're facing and why it's good that Trump's going to win. Because at least he has a plan. Inflation is caused by too much money chasing too few goods, but that's not really the problem we're facing now. Inflation is the least of it. If you're looking at, I don't know if anyone's noticed that long-term interest rates have been creeping up even as the Fed tried to cut short-term interest rates. What that's telling you is there's no one buying our bonds on the international markets. So as the Treasury is issuing bonds, the buyer, we're not fully subscribing these issues. China is selling bonds now; they're not buying them. U.S. Governments and other countries have stopped buying them, and people don't understand that the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and there's a bunch of other countries that have affiliated with BRICS. They're trying to find a gold-backed currency to replace the dollar as the world's reserve currency, and that's very dangerous. Because the only reason we haven't slid into an Argentina-style hyperinflation is because we have the global reserve currency. That's the real risk we're facing. And if we don't bring our deficit and our debt under control relative to the size of our economy, we're in trouble. So when Harris says, I can't think of anything that I did differently than Biden, which is basically spend money like a drunken sailor to absolutely no result. So the last quarter, I don't know, did you notice that I don't know if you follow this, Eric, but the GDP numbers came out and the economy was growing at 2.8%. That's what they reported.
Right.
Okay. Of that 2.8%, 100% of that is government consumption. So when they calculate gross domestic product, I think wrongly, but every country does this. They include government spending in with the gross domestic product numbers. The theory being that when the government spends money, it stimulates the economy by pushing money in. But the problem is, no one ever talks about where did the money come from that's going in. And it's either coming from more productive places in the form of taxation. No one spends other people's money as well as you do your own, right? I mean, and if you think about it, when the government confiscates our tax money, they're spending our money, not their money, so they don't give a rat's ass. And they spend it, for example, they spend $8 billion on EV chargers where 3 of them work, and then build a total of 8. That's $1 billion a charger. That seems a little steep.
Yeah, that's not right.
They spent $40 billion so far on rural internet, and they haven't hooked up anybody. And they haven't gotten past the regulatory phase. When Elon Musk, just to show you the difference between what Trump could do, let's say, I think that's a good idea to bring the internet out to the whole country. Starlink, it exists. You don't have to build anything. You can hand out the government could buy low-income people their own little things. And I've tried the Starlink. It's phenomenal, and it works anywhere. This is
low power, isn't it?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you could run it off a battery.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because as I know that you know this. I don't know if you folks know this. I'm a camper. I love getting out. So when you camp, and I'm looking at RVs, you have so much battery power, so much solar, and you have other things that you need to run. So but you want to have internet because obviously in this world, people need to know where you are, especially when you're out camping. You need to be able to, like, if I'm in trouble, reach somebody. Do you know what I mean? Starlink is amazing. I'm just saying. And everyone in the RV community is going there. And why are we Boeing got twice the money that SpaceX did and managed to launch one capsule into space and stranded the astronauts. Okay, SpaceX with half the money is sending up a flight. They're launching about 20 flights a month. I mean, come on, man. But anyway, if we don't get this under control, we're about to lose our reserve status that we so glibly think is going to be there forever, and it's not. And Trump's at least has a plan for growth. And if we don't grow our way out of this, in other words, grow our gross domestic product so that where our debt of 35 or 36 trillion as it's growing is less of a percentage against our real gross domestic product. Right now, we're borrowing about 130% of our gross domestic product. That is way, way, way too much. Historically, there's no such thing as a country that's been more than 100% in debt that hasn't ended in hyperinflation. And here's the real scary part. We're the best of the Western world. All the European countries except Eastern Europe, most of the civilized world, Japan, China, they're all running a debt more than 100%, all at the same time. This is what happens when the world goes on a fiat currency system, and this is what's going to be our problem. And Trump's plan at least is a plan. I don't know that it's going to work, but at least it's a plan. His plan is let's grow our way out of it. And I understand he's thinking like a real estate developer. If you've got a mortgage of $1 million against a building that's worth $800,000, you're upside down in your mortgage. But if you can somehow do something to that building to increase its value to where it's $1.5 million, then the $800,000 debt doesn't look quite as bad. You see what I'm saying? So that's what Trump's plan is through the producing of energy, through the cutting of taxes, through the elimination of regulation, through the my personal favorite, the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, with Elon Musk. And get this, Ron Paul is joining in, which thrills my libertarian heart. Okay, if he really does those things, we have a chance to dodge this bullet. And the reason I think it's going to be a landslide today is we are in a recession. And I don't know, maybe you guys understand this, but we've had inflation almost from the day Biden took office, but it's been disguised in the stock market. So all of that extra money that Biden's been pushing into the economy has gone into stocks and real estate. So these hyperinflated values on the exchanges and in the real estate market in particular, that's all just inflation. It's not that anyone was a genius stock picker. And the reason that no one's warning anybody is because so many people on Wall Street and in the real estate business have made so much money on that bubble. But guys, that was all just inflation. The price inflation is the least of it. And that also means 65% of the American people are living hand to mouth. And when you subtract government spending from gross domestic product, our economy is currently either not growing at all or shrinking. And that's why we have to throw out those stupid bums. Trump couldn't be worse. And as far as I can tell, Harris has no plan at all. I see you want to say something, Eric. What's bubbling up in your mind over there?
Yeah, a lot of things are percolating.
Yeah, fire away.
Because there's still no plan.
No.
Tomorrow, now what do you do?
I don't think she's thought that far, but we're not going to have to worry about it. She's not going to win. I mean, I know I'm being glib. Let's see. It's now 6:20. That's 8:20 on the East Coast. I'm just seeing if there's been any update. We're still at 95 and 35. I really believe that by 8 o'clock our time, 10 o'clock East Coast, we're going to know who the president is. They've just moved Texas into lean Republican, which I knew they would. All we need is one good. Yeah, go ahead.
The wall, the blue wall.
Well, Trump looks very decisively up in Wisconsin, and Michigan, everyone says is a hard state. I think Trump takes Michigan. I think all those auto workers are pissed the fudge off. Another brilliant thing that Biden did and the Democrats is try to create an industry without infrastructure. So this whole EV thing, day before yesterday, Ford announced they're shutting down the entire Ford F-150 Lightning production line until after the end of the year. And then they'll look at it again. I'll tell you when they'll look at it. Never. Okay? It's going to go the same way as the Ford Mustang EV went. By the way, that's hot in the used car market. You can buy those things used if you can find them for pennies on the dollar, but you can't make money on them at Ford. And they forced all that onto the American people. There are no chargers. I realize in the big cities, you guys that live in, New York and Los Angeles, there's chargers. But out here in the rest of America, no, not really. Plus, my personal favorite is that in California, the state that's mandating EVs by 2035, 100%, they're already telling people don't charge your cars during the day because they have to brown out their electric. Who does this? Who creates an industry reliant on a power source that isn't adequate currently? And then you're going to force we could go on and on. This is government by morons. This is why I say stop electing morons. Okay, stop electing morons. When people start saying things like, "Oh, here's the next one: wind power." My personal favorite. I used to hate it, and I still do, because it kills birds by the millions. Okay, if you go out into out here in the West by Palm Springs, there's a big windmill farm. If you go out and look under those windmills, it's avian holocaust out there. It kills those birds by the millions. Okay, and I'm not talking just sparrows either. I'm talking bald eagles and beautiful raptors. All birds. No, I shouldn't be ranking birds. It kills them because, as you know, those of us. Everyone has had a bird fly into their window, right? Birds are not necessarily the smartest things that ever lived, and they fly right into those damn blades. But here's what's even worse to me. They're killing the whales. So these offshore wind farms, evidently the sound, the vibrations, screws up the whales' ability to communicate with each other, and they're washing up in record numbers in Cape Cod. Okay? And when you start killing whales, guys, I have a thing about killing sentient creatures. Okay, it's the reason I don't eat octopuses anymore. When I found out that they were smart and self-aware, I cannot put that in my mouth again. And I used to love octopus. And it's the same thing with whales. I mean, there's a reason we don't eat dolphins and porpoises and whales. They're sentient, and they're out there killing them with wind farms. It just blows my mind that we support this shit. We got to get rid of these people. Simple as that. Well, let's see what's going on in Virginia. Still haven't called it for Virginia yet, which makes me happy. I still think there's an upset going there. Ooh. Yeah, like I thought, Alexandria is going Democratic, but there's a lot of red in there. We could still pull that one off. Trump is down in Virginia now by 2.1% with, let's see, how many precincts reporting? I don't even know. It doesn't really say. But anyway, Trump's hanging in there close. He's up to within 3 points. Wasn't he down like 19 the last time we looked at this? Anyway, what else do we want to talk about to kibitz and keep people interested in all of this live stream? What's on your?
You keep it rolling.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a screenshot.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
That's what I'm working.
Oh, we're at 105 and 72 on Fox News. Who has Fox declared that we don't? I didn't have from AP. Who have they declared for? I'm looking. Got Kentucky, Indiana, Missouri, Oklahoma, West Virginia, South Carolina. Oh, they declared Florida. They called Florida outright, not just leaning.
Yeah, Florida's red.
Florida used to be purple,
Yeah.
Biden won it in the last election. Speaking as an anti-political kind of guy, this is what I'm worried about is tomorrow. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about what happens when one side loses. Okay. And what really worries me is that since I think the left is going to lose, they're the violent ones. And I know that the mainstream narrative is, the right-wing white supremacists are out there blowing up things, but as far as I can tell, they're not. I mean, I'm not doubting that they exist. I know there are American Nazis and things. There's just not that many of them. But the progressives are out of their minds between Antifa and BLM and all that crazy stuff where they were burning Portland and burning San Francisco and burning, what were they? Seattle was getting it. It was just, whatever happened to civility, Eric, baby? Whatever happened to, who discusses this stuff?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to talk about this stuff in polite company. Call me crazy. Call me nutty.
Let's talk about your channel. What's your channel all about?
My channel. Okay, a radical reset. So, for those of us like myself who really are worried about the poop hitting the fan, I wrote this book called A Radical Reset. And it's a manifesto of something called anti-politism. And A Radical Reset, besides the title of the book, is the title of the show on Rumble. And what I talk about is I don't think that politics can be reformed. Now, I want to preface before I get too far into it that nothing that I wrote in this book do I expect to happen until the shit hits the fan. Pardon me, the SHTF. Until SHTF. Because it's radical. And radical only becomes reasonable after something terrible happens. It's like right now in Argentina, they elected a libertarian, the first libertarian ever elected, named Javier Milei. And he's instituting radical reforms. But it only came in when their inflation rate was over 500% a month. Okay, now he's reduced it down to over 200% a month, which is a huge reduction. And he told them straight out, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And it is. But he's doing what has to be done. The point is, here in America, it's not going to happen until things collapse. But we think that they can't collapse, and they can. Our mainstream believes that because the dollar is the reserve currency, we can basically get away with murder. And that's nonsense. We can't. So anti-politism is democracy by lottery. And I've described it many, many times before. I'm not going to do it here because it would bore you to death. And it's in the book. It's the last chapter, actually. But then I go through some of the problems that face it. You know what? I'm going to talk about a few anti-political solutions to the problems we face while we're sitting here. Let's see what I start out with. A drastic reduction in crime. Crime is Asian crime. No, that was terrible. That was terrible. That was a bad joke. Okay. Number one, we have to legalize all drugs. which I realize that Donald Trump and no one else is going to do anyway. And I'm not talking about, I went to buy, I shamelessly admit that I enjoy a little recreational marijuana here in the state of Arizona. And I went yesterday to a dispensary, and the sales tax on an $80 sale was $20 by the time you figure out all the state's fees.
Yikes.
That's why people are still buying weed from their illegal See, if you're going to legalize something, you have to legalize it. You can't decriminalize it. That's what all this stuff that we're calling legalization is not legalization. It's decriminalization, which is when you replace the DEA. Is that the Drug Enforcement? Yeah, the DEA with some state bureaucrats to regulate the safety of marijuana, despite the fact that marijuana has never killed anybody. So what exactly are we regulating the safety of? Okay. Yes, it kills ambition in some people and this, that, but look, if you're going to legalize something, to get the benefits of legalization, you have to really legalize it.
Look,
go ahead.
On ads.
Yeah.
Let's just be Big Pharma. Okay.
Okay.
What do? They tell you outright, this could kill you.
Yeah.
May result in death.
Yeah. Yeah. So
what?
what?
There's no regulatory around that except to approve it.
Look, as a very free thinker, I think people are responsible for their own safety and welfare. And the only law that should exist is disclosure, okay? And civil justice system. In other words, why do we need a regulator to protect us when we already know what the risks are? And if we're adults and we're over 18, or call it over 21, pick whatever age you want. If you can't make your own mind for safe, maybe that's natural selection. Maybe, do you know what I'm saying? Is you can't protect people from hurting themselves. And one of the things I talk about all the time in drug legalization, and I don't know if everyone watching knows this, but I'll just, I went to prison and I deserved to go to prison, but it gave me a very unique perspective. And 80 to 90% of the people that I met in prison shouldn't have been there. They were addicts who got into the drug business and all the related things that go to it to support their habit, because it's the only way they can afford the habit. And the only reason that the drugs are expensive is because they have the cartels have to avoid the interdiction. So they have to spend a lot of money to move the drugs in a way to get it in. Then, because it's so expensive to avoid the interdiction, the DEA is actually protecting the cartels. They're thrilled that the drugs are illegal because that means that the little people can't afford the money it costs to avoid interdiction. Okay. And all of this links to even things like immigration by the same reasoning. The reason that people in Mexico and Central America pay those coyotes, those people that smuggle them in, for the human trafficking people, the reason they pay it is because most of the time they're successful. Okay. They're not paying to fail. People don't save up, poor people don't save up $3,000 because they think they're going to get caught.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're not doing that. They run an enterprise.
We have no idea how many illegals are really coming in. We're just guessing. It's by the tens of millions. And the problem isn't the illegals. The problem is the stupid system that doesn't let the honest people in. So we spread our resources chasing down all the good people and the real pieces of shit. So there are 13,000, according to the real pieces of mierda. Let's go with mierda. Okay. Or poop or any other, pardon me, guys. I can be a little foul. I was a sailor. Forgive me. I'm going to calm it down. But, okay, there are 13,000 convicted murderers and rapists that are loose that have come in according to both the Biden administration and Harris. The Border Patrol people, that's the number they use. And that sounds like a huge number. But, guys, that's 13,000 out of like 20 million. It's a teeny little fraction. Now imagine that we let most of those 20 million in legally, and we gave them, let's say an orange card. I always use the color orange because I think it's because I went to prison, but whatever color. It could be a red card, a pink card, a blue card, call it whatever you want, that allows them to come into the country to work and to buy things and do it and live out in the open, but then go home. What a lot of people don't understand about the immigration issue is, unlike, and by the way, the reason I know it so well is my family was in the produce business, and I came to Arizona because my stepfather was importing produce through Nogales, Arizona. And what does that mean? What does this mean? Oh, break. I thought it meant big. Never mind. So this is I'm sorry. You know, there in my heart of hearts, I'm a stand-up comedian. You know, like it's my secret alter ego. So I go anyway. If I were a comedian, I'd be too blue. All right, we're going to go away for a break, and we're going to come back in just a little bit. Stand by.
Isn't working again. I'm roasting in here. Hi there. I'm from Canaloo Air. I'm here to fix your air conditioner.
Canaloo Air is a family-owned HVAC company that specializes in residential air conditioning and heating. We offer a variety of services, including installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance. Canaloo Air. We keep your home comfortable all year round. Call us today for a free quote. Why Canaloo Air? Here are the top 5 reasons. Family-owned and operated. We are committed to high-quality service. Our technicians use the highest quality parts and equipment. The business is a member of the Home Advisor Elite Service Award program. And finally, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Visit our website, canilooair.com, or call us today, 602-609-3480, to schedule an appointment.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Lead, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, Content AI, Workflow AI, Reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Lead's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
Welcome back, dudes and dudettes. Since we were away, let's see. AP has Trump with 101 to 52 delegates. But what's interesting to me, as I have long predicted, is that right now Virginia is leaning Republican. Trump's ahead. If Trump takes Virginia, the election's over and we can all go home, because he's not supposed to take that. And that's a fairly significant number of electoral votes. And it would kind of ruin well, it's not the blue wall, but she wasn't supposed to lose it anyway. So listen, we have a lot of problems facing us. Inflation, I have to tell you, my personal bugaboo is people not understanding that the only thing that causes inflation is printing too much money, period. And as we grow this debt, the government has two choices, really. It can either default on the debt, which it's not going to do, or the Federal Reserve prints money. By the way, digressing slightly, President Biden's chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors couldn't explain the difference between what the Federal Reserve does and what the Treasury does. Let me make it easy. The Treasury runs the budget that Congress sets and raises the money and issues the bonds to pay for it, for any shortfall of tax revenues. And the Federal Reserve is the last resort buyer of those securities that don't go sold to other parties. And if they don't have the money to do it, which they don't, they simply create the money. Then by creating the money, that money gets into circulation. So when they create the money for the bond, okay, that money is then spent by Congress, which puts that new money into circulation. I hope I'm not losing you. So in other words, if the Federal Reserve prints up, let's say that we have a $10 billion bond auction tomorrow. I'm just picking that number out of the air because it's a round number. And let's say that there's only $5 billion bought. So the Federal Reserve will buy the other $5 billion, but the Federal Reserve doesn't have a vault full of money. So the Federal Reserve will create $5 billion. So that $5 billion will buy that bond, which will then give that created money to the Treasury. The Treasury will then allocate that money to the various programs to pay for them. When they pay for them, that money goes into circulation through paid bills to contractors or through banks and through loans, through a million different ways. But when you produce too much money for an economy that isn't absorbing it at the same rate that you're growing the money supply, that's when you get inflation. Now, they have us all brainwashed into believing that inflation is a good thing, which it is not. Okay, I realize that we all think that we have to have it, but it's really not true. But that's too long a discussion for tonight. But understand this. They showed 2.8% growth in the last quarter, but that 2.8% was just government spending. There was actually no private sector growth in the last quarter. So they being the Office of Management and Budget in the government and the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, and all the rest, they count government consumption as stimulation under a theory that if the government spends a dollar, there's more than $1 of benefit. But in fact, it's not true because of waste. So if you were to look at the budget of any government department, let's say the Department of Education, which ought to be shut down altogether, a third of what their budget goes to pay for their salaries, payroll, pension benefits, fully a third. Another third is wasted. Literally, no one has any idea where it goes, and the government audits nothing. And then a third of it actually goes to the programs which don't work in the first place. So why not just shut it down? And my proposal is, what we ought to do is go through every government department and see if it justifies itself. So the first department I'd shut down is education. The second department I'd shut down is commerce. The third department I'd shut down is energy. Now, those three departments don't do anything for anybody anyway. Okay, in other words, the oil and gas companies, the fuel companies know perfectly well how to produce it. They don't need the Department of Energy helping them. And since Jimmy Carter created that department, all we've done is louse things up and make it overly regulatorily difficult to do things like building a nuclear power plant. Then what I would do, instead of having all these pension benefits, these trillions of dollars of federal pension benefits that we're sucked into and that we can't afford, what I would do is first thing I'd do is repeal the income tax. This is what an anti-political government would do. Step one, we would repeal the income tax. By repealing the income tax, step two, which would be I would give, since they're blowing a third of their budget on salaries anyway, and a third on waste and a third on programs that don't work, I'd freeze the programs and I'd I'd get rid of the waste I would just write all the employees a severance check for 300%, 3 years of their salary, which would be tax-free. So in the current environment where they would normally be paying 40 or 50% of it out in taxes, it would be like getting 5 or 6 years of free money, which is fine. Okay, we don't want to, but then it's good luck. No, whatever you do with that, you can start a business, you can retire, you can do whatever you want with it, but that's it. That's how we start cutting government spending. We're done. No more spending on that stupid department, not trimming the growth of the department altogether. All the Department of Education has done since the day it's created is make education worse, not better. No, okay. Checking out. Just kind of going on. So the Department of Commerce is to promote U.S. business, and very cleverly, this is how bureaucracies work. Very cleverly, what they did at Commerce is they put the National Weather Service in the Department of Congress. Now, that makes absolutely no sense at all, but it's there to like justify some reason the Department of Commerce exists. Well, we need a National Weather Service, but I would take it out of the Department of Commerce as a standalone agency. It doesn't need to be a cabinet level department, and then shut the rest of it down. American business can promote itself. It doesn't need anybody to help it. Why do we have a Department of Agriculture? And I know you're going to scream the FDA and all that kind of stuff, but ask yourself, is it good business to poison your customers? You know, would a meat packing plant intentionally be sloppy and dirty and send out potentially poisoned meat in a world where the internet would report on them the minute anybody got sick and would destroy their company reputation? Why do we have inspectors in plants, and why are we spending money when the industry itself can police itself? Now, does that mean there wouldn't be mistakes? Of course not. Does that mean there wouldn't be food poisoning from time to time? Of course not, but it happens now with the inspectors. The difference would be we wouldn't be wasting trillions of dollars that we're wasting now on all kinds of silly crap to no effect. And all of this it's like piling up rust in like a pipe. We have so much rust built up in our pipe, hardly any water's going through. And we need to kind of auger out the pipe. We have to snake it out. We have to call it Roto-Rooter. And that's what really has the establishment worried about Donald Trump. He's kind of a human Roto-Rooter of overclogged pipes. You know what I mean? There's a lot of roots in those pipes, and there's a lot of rust and a lot of poop and sludge and filth that needs to be, and it can't be done by nibbling on the edges. But we can't expect elected representatives to do it. Trump's unusual in that he's pretty independent and he has his own money, but most of them, they figure, Trump's going to be here 4 more years tops. And then it's on to the next thing. And will the MAGA movement sustain? Will there be other leaders that come forward? Will they be successful? Will we avoid a big recession in the meantime? I've said many times that I feel sorry for Trump winning this election because he's going to be unlucky. Because in the end, if he doesn't get his program done fast enough, and he better do it really fast, then the financial SHTF time is coming. And it could come tomorrow. It could come without warning. And, we're playing with fire here, guys. And the other thing we're playing with is nuclear war. That's the other thing that worries me. And, think of the logic that Biden has used. First, Biden starts backing you, starts sending them defensive weapons. Then we start sending them some offensive weapons. And then as we add each weapon system, the argument of the neoconservatives and the people that support this kind of nonsense from the military-industrial complex says, well, they haven't launched a nuclear weapon yet. But these are the same people that are constantly telling us that Putin is evil and awful and he could go crazy at any minute. Now, on one hand, I have to tell you, we're lucky that Putin is the leader of Russia because there are much more reactionary leaders of Russia. I'll give you one example. When Putin, under the Russian Constitution, they've changed it now, but it used to be they couldn't run for more than one term consecutively. So Putin stepped down and he put in a guy named Dmitry Medvedev. Well, Medvedev was very reactionary. If he were the leader of Russia right now, we would probably already be in a nuclear war. I understand that Putin murders his enemies around the world freely without any restriction, but also understand that he's not irrational and he'd like to remain in power. But We call him, let's say for a minute that we're right, that Putin is somehow evil. How do we know where his breaking point is? I don't buy the argument he hasn't done it yet. So let's go further. Now we're considering giving them ballistic missiles. Let me explain to you that when Ukraine invaded the Kursk region, and by the way, the Russians have taken about a third of it back. They're not going to stop until they get it back. But when they went into that region, Kursk, which the Ukrainians still hold, is 300 miles from Moscow. That's practically a hop, skip, and a jump in missile terms. Iran fired 180 ballistic missiles at Israel from much further away. And they reached Israel. Now, they were shot down, but they got there. Well, the Russian missile defense is not nearly as good as the Israeli missile defense. If we give the Ukrainians weapons that can reach Moscow, we could easily trip a nuclear war. And how are we all going to feel when New York and Washington, D.C. are gone? And don't think that can't happen, guys. That's what we're playing with here.
Chess and checkers.
No one's playing chess. They're all playing checkers. They're all like, well, today we can get away. We need to play chess. We need people to think ahead a little bit. Well, if we do this, what will happen? Let's start with Ukraine. When Putin was first looking first of all, he would have invaded Ukraine if we would have taken yes for an answer in 1992. I'd like to do a quick history lesson. In 1992, after the Berlin Wall fell and Gorbachev and then Yeltsin was the head of Russia, I don't know if any of you remember this, those of you old enough, but they opened up their files and they let in American arms inspectors look at the nuclear weapons, and they opened up the KGB vaults. They even wheeled out Hitler's body. Okay, I mean, they really opened up, and they even wanted to join NATO, and we couldn't take yes for an answer. We had to recreate a Cold War. So yada, 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 we end up with Putin, which was predictable. And for those of you who don't realize this, I speak Russian. I was a Russian linguist at the National Security Agency. I have a background. I understand what I'm talking about. Understand this. Putin is just a typical Russian, and he's a czar. Okay, we would not get a better alternative. This is we haven't learned our lesson yet. We don't necessarily change the regime to get a better regime. You could end up with the same kind of filth you got before. That's why Israel is having to kill every leader of Hezbollah that takes the reins, because every one of them is as bad as the last guy. Okay, killing one. President Biden kept telling Israel after every one, take the win, take the win. All these guys would still be alive. And what he doesn't understand is right behind them is another one just as bad. You have to basically rip the whole thing out, root and stem. And unless we're prepared to fight Russia and rip out the government, root and stem, which is absurd, what are we doing instigating and picking a fight with the Russians? When there's no strategic reason for it. Guys, they're not going to invade Poland. They're not going to invade Hungary. They're not going to invade Romania. They're not going to invade the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. They're not going to invade Finland. And I'll tell you why. Not only are all those countries now NATO countries, which is another issue besides, but they're all more than capable of defeating the Russian army by themselves. And now the Russians, do you know that Putin is losing nearly 1,000 men a day? How long do you think this is going to go on? How many Russians do you think are available? And for every Russian that's being lost, there's 2 Ukrainians being lost with a much smaller population. Over 1 million people have died in this stupid thing between civilians and soldiers. Everyone's worried about 43,000 people that Hamas says have died in the Gaza Strip. That's terrible, and it's sad. And I don't believe the number, by the way. That's from the Hamas Health Ministry. When we get the real number, it's going to be more like 7,000 to 10,000. But that's still 7,000 to 10,000 people is too many people. But in Ukraine, there's 1 million dead people for sure, and we keep funding this insanity. And there's nuclear weapons out there. I mean, think it through, guys. Before we do anything, we should consider doing nothing. So what I like about Trump is, I don't know if you guys noticed the other day, but his words got twisted. He said something about, and I've said this a lot of times, especially when I was serving in the Navy and then later on in intelligence and so on and so forth. If these old men, and I guess old women too, Trump was making the point that Lynn Cheney had to go out there with the rifle and face enemy fire herself, she wouldn't be so quick to support sending 10,000 more boys out or girls or whatever out in the harm's way of enemy fire. It would be a great international treaty, which is never going to happen. We should make the minimum age to go to war 65. Every soldier has to be 65 or older. Okay? And I'll tell you why. This is my theory. Number one is the young people are the future of our country. My generation is the past. Okay, protecting my generation is kind of stupid if you think about it from a standpoint of the country's longevity, because, I mean, listen, I'm a grown-up. In 15, 20, maybe 25 years, if I'm incredibly lucky, I'm going to die. Okay, and you know, I can tell you as a guy with 2 replaced shoulders, you know, as you get older, you become less productive in society. And I'm a pretty active senior. But the point is, why are we sending our 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds to war? You know, it's really interesting. When you watch war movies, like, and you read about the real people they represent, and I'm not changing the subject, but you see like these war movies where, like Band of Brothers, and you see all those soldiers and they're out there fighting. Every actor in there was 5 to 15 years older than the real people they were representing. Those kids and Band of Brothers, the real soldiers, were 18, 19, and 20 years old, okay, out there getting shot at. We need to become much more reserved about how quickly we send our kids into the line of fire. That's one of the things I like about Trump. He understands that. It's not that he won't attack, because he obviously blew up Soleimani on the runway in Iraq, which was, I have to admit, kind of emotionally satisfying. But there's a time you can be non-interventionist and strong at the same time. The American military should remain very, very strong. And the reason it should remain very, very strong is because the Pax Americana, which is basically the America ruling the waves, what the American Navy does, which is the only that's not true. It's the most important branch of service. I was going to say it's the only important branch. That's not true. But it's the most important branch because most commerce flows by the ocean. Most trade between countries, whether it's fresh food or it's machinery or whatever it is traveling by ocean. And the American Navy guarantees free trade around the world, free shipping. This is separate from tariffs or anything else. But when we ship our liquefied natural gas to Europe or to China or whoever we're selling it to, or American coal or American oil or whatever, or American manufactured goods or Teslas or whatever we're exporting, they're all going by sea, and we have to protect those shipping lanes. So, for example, if I were the Houthi rebels down in Yemen, I'd be hiding, because the American Navy, when Trump takes office, is going to wipe them out. Why? It has nothing to do with hummus. Sounds like I'm eating hummus. This is a Freudian slip because I'm hungry. But this doesn't. The Houthis have to go because they're shooting at international shipping. They're shooting at merchant ships, and that can't be permitted. And America can never permit that. So we should always have a big Navy. But we don't need to have military bases in Europe and in Japan. These are places where these people are more than capable of defending themselves, and better yet, can buy American weapons from American manufacturers and create American jobs in doing so. I have no problem with the domestic arms industry. I'm just saying we don't have to arm our own armed forces to intervene in other. Intervening in countries have been a disaster, guys, from the very first. First, we went into Gulf War I, okay, Iraq War I under George H.W. Bush. He was smart enough to stop without overthrowing Saddam Hussein, because he understood that he was the barrier between Iran and the rest of the Middle East. But we should have never gone into that war, because Kuwait, I knew this, but that's because I worked in intelligence, but almost no one else does. I bet you don't know this. Kuwait is an historic part of Iraq, for real. It just was broken off during the British colonial and the Ottoman colonial period. It really belongs as part of Iraq. Hussein was right. Yeah, he was a brute and everything else, but it's not our country. Why did we intervene? Answer: because the Kuwaitis give a lot. The Bushes were all tied up with Halliburton and everything else. There's a lot of backroom, phony baloney, money under the table crap that goes on with this stuff and producing these wars. Okay, do we want to wrap up now? Oh, okay. Before we go, we're about to go to commercial break. Before we go, let me remind you, on Amazon, pick up a copy of A Radical Reset, the Manifesto of Anti-Politism, which is the system that converts democracy from an ambition and a career to a service and a duty. And how that's accomplished is in the book. It's on Amazon. It's not expensive. It's in paperback, hardcover, and Kindle. Please pick it up. And what else do I want to talk about before we go to commercial message? Oh, let's take a look at the count and the amount. Where are we? I haven't been updated. I have to push this off and do it again. Okay, let's see. Election map. Where are we at? Oh, no, I'm still showing 101. What are you showing? What are you showing, Eric? You're showing 111 to 72? I have AP has them at 101 to 71. Oh, you're looking at Fox. I wonder what the extra state is. what's interesting is I'm watching the AP. Virginia's leaning red. If Virginia goes Republican, the election's over, guys. That's supposed to be solidly blue. If Virginia goes to Trump, the rest of the states aren't going to matter. I mean, they're going to fall. Everyone thinks they're going to fall in, but that'll be her own. That's it, because Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. And when that party's over, well, that party's over. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? And yeah, I'm telling you, let's see, what time is it now? It's 7 o'clock Mountain Time, and I said by 8 o'clock Mountain Time, this puppy would be over. I stand by my prediction. We're going to find out in the next, I don't know, next hour, which is how long I'm going to sit here and talk to you guys. Listen, if you want me to talk about something specifically, put it in the comments section. If you want to join in, join in. Eric will be happy to get you in front of me or what. I don't even know how all this works. I'm just a boomer who's happy that he knows how to turn on the computer and look at his phone to see what the score is. I'm more of a thinker than a player, but what can I say? By the way, Eric, do you know how many video games I've played in my life?
No, I don't.
One. And guess what it was?
Halo.
Pong.
Pong.
That's a true story.
I thought it was Pac-Man or something like that.
I am just not video games checking out like that. I don't get it. I really don't get sitting in front of a screen doing this all day, you know? I don't understand it. I guess
there's an industry for it.
Hell, there are guys making millions of dollars winning it in tournaments.
Yeah.
Listen, if I had a kid who was making $1 million doing it, I'd support him. I just personally don't get it. I've looked at him. I've had neighbors, come over, try playing my so-and-so state of the art with these gigantic computers and power. Bores the living hell out of me. Anyway, let's go away. That's no judgment on you guys. You like to play it, play it. Listen, let's go to commercial break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Hang in there. Peace, love, tie-dye. We'll be right back, dudes and dudettes.
Isn't working again. I'm roasting in here. Hi there. I'm from Canaloo Air. I'm here to fix your air conditioner.
Canaloo Air is a family-owned HVAC company that specializes in residential air conditioning and heating. We offer a variety of services, including installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance. Canaloo Air. We keep your home comfortable all year round. Call us today for a free quote. Why Canaloo Air? Here are the top 5 reasons. Family-owned and operated. We are committed to high-quality service. Our technicians use the highest quality parts and equipment. The business is a member of the Home Advisor Elite Service Award program. And finally, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Visit our website, canilooair.com, or call us today, 602-609-3480, to schedule an appointment.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Lead, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, content AI, workflow AI, reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging Lee's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Nar.
Hi there. How are you?
Welcome to the show.
Thank you
Can't
so
see
much
me,
for
I'm
having me.
Eric.
I can see you.
I can see you, sir.
Are you talking to the guy with the white beard, or
Yes, white beard.
that's me? Call me Herbie. What kind of
Herbie.
name is Nar?
Well,
That's
you know,
interesting.
I actually Googled it, and apparently Google doesn't have the forensics on it yet either. But I think it's ancient Armenian, Kurdish. It means like sea nymph. That's the the best translation for it. But also, yeah, it means sea creature or whatever. Yeah.
You know, this is really obscure. This shows you how my mind works. But years ago, there was a cartoon on the Baraki and Bullwinkle hour. This is how you're not even old enough to remember this.
I
Okay.
remember Bullwinkle. I watched
Okay.
Bullwinkle.
So they had a cartoon hour on Saturday mornings, and they had on these little sea creatures. And the one who guided them around these little sea monsters was Miss Nar. And they used to go around going, "Yes, Miss Nar. Yes, Miss Nar." I don't know. That is so obscure. I bet you there's not another person listening to this that remembers that. I have a mind for stupid trivia.
Watched it. I didn't even know, and I watched it because I was a kid. But that's
I'm
crazy.
telling you.
The kids at school call me Miss Nar. So
Miss Nar. That's so.
Yeah.
So what's your gig? What are you MAGA? Not MAGA? What do you want to talk about?
I mean, why wouldn't we want to make America great again? That's absurd. So of course I'm MAGA in the sense that yes, all of this needs to happen for us as a country. We are Americans first, and we need to take care of our land, our children, our businesses, our funds. I mean, like, what's this absurdity of us working like slaves for the rest of the world? To be honest with you, all of our money's funding everything and not us.
It's so much worse than even that. We spend so much money that we don't have. And, you know, speaking as a libertarian who looks at it from the outside, because I'm neither. In this election, I support Trump only because I can't support a moron. But overall, they both parties have spent this into a terrible position. And the big one in the room, and it affects me most of all, is Social Security and Medicare, that nobody wants to talk about, but it's 25% of the budget. And we're going to have that discussion at some point. I'm hoping that after the election, and I don't really think it'll happen, but I'm hoping that we can have an adult discussion about reforming Social Security and Medicare. It has to be means tested. Rich people shouldn't get it. I'm sorry, they just shouldn't. I understand that y'all think they paid into it, but that's a myth. There is no trust fund. There never was. It's all just a myth. And so we used to have 159 workers paying for every one retiree. Now we have 2. Which also, and I'd be interested in how you feel about this. Immigration. It's not that we have too many immigrants. It's that we have too many illegal immigrants. We need millions of those immigrants. We need to keep them in the country, because if they don't pay taxes, there's no way we can afford these social programs. We don't have enough American workers, but we have to find a way to do it so that our border people don't waste time chasing perfectly innocent people and can chase the 13,000 murderers and rapists that are loose. But 13,000 out of 20 million spreads them too thin. You know, and at some point we have to talk like grown-ups about things like amnesties, which I know that the MAGA folks don't want to talk about, but we're not going to round up 20 million people. We got to get over that fantasy. That's not going to happen. Unless we're going to start the Gestapo, and that's just not going to happen in the United States.
You got to be on the other side of the extreme. Exactly. You can't just round up 20 people and be like, oh, I'm the good guy.
Well, yeah, we all think we're the good guy, but until it's our program. And I live in Arizona. Where do you live, Nar?
I'm in Los Angeles.
What part?
Away from the madness, North Hills.
Okay, the reason I'm asking, my youngest son lives in Rancho Palos Verdes, and you know the big mudslide. One of those is his house.
Oh wow!
He spent. Oh my God! All I can say is thank God he married well. That's all I have to say. He married a very wealthy girl, and thank God they had the money to put down all the things that had to be, But wow, the ground moving, that scares me. Where are you from, Karen? Karen's joining us. Where are you from, Karen?
I'm here in Phoenix as well. I'm in Arizona.
So what do you think about what's going on? Arizona's going to go for Trump.
Yeah, I think, Arizona's already announced that they're not going to finish counting for 2 weeks. And
really?
Court
They
ruling,
really said that?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, about a week and a half ago, they said that they're not going to finish counting for 2 weeks, which is longer than the 2020 election when it took them 10 days.
I'll tell you what's interesting right now, guys. I don't know if you're watching the map, but New Mexico and Virginia are leaning red, which wasn't supposed to happen. If they go red, it doesn't matter what happens in the other states.
Interesting.
And
the party's over.
Those couple court rulings that came down in the past couple of days about having to release thousands and thousands of names from ballots or voter registrations that may be invalid. There was I think 120,000, maybe up to 180,000, but there was, I might have those numbers wrong because
People need to relax about that. And the only reason I say relax about it is that Trump got smart this time. And in 2020, he did after the election all the things that he's been doing before the election now. So all these court challenges and all these lawsuits and all these things that have been brought are things that should have been done in 2020 to prevent what happened. And the other thing that Trump is doing now that's better that he didn't do in 2020, if you remember in 2020, he literally suppressed the early vote. He said, don't vote early, vote on election day. And Republicans did vote 73 to 27 on election day, but it wasn't enough because he suppressed his own early vote. This time, he obviously didn't. So I think it's going to be a landslide. I mean, I realize I'm not a Republican, and I know what all the polls said, but I think he's going to win the popular vote and the electoral vote. I think it's going to be, I think in the end, a lot of people who say they're going to vote for her really can't. She's so dumb. I mean, I don't even know what her policies are to say she's dumb.
Well, the only policies that she's articulated have been mimics of Trump's, no tax on tips and, erecting a border wall and all that kind of stuff. She's completely come around to Trump's positions and is trying to.
Well, has she? She sort of kind of says it, but all I really know is she was raised in a middle-class family.
Yeah.
If she says that one more time, I think I'm going to vomit blood. I was raised in a middle-class family and my parents were working-class people. So Nar, in Los Angeles, what do you think? Is there any chance that Trump can win California, or no way, no how, no time, ain't gonna happen?
If the sleepy Republicans get up and vote, yes. But everybody that I speak with who is against Kamala, or the current presidency, or whatever, Kamala Harris, every single one of them do not want to vote for Trump because they think it's a lie. Everything is a lie, they said. So we're having to face a lot of people who are believing the propaganda of not voting, because it's all propaganda. That's how they got it out there. The rumor, don't vote, it doesn't count. Well, guess what? The people who are campaigning and spending money to get voters, they don't believe that. But somehow our Republican side believes that.
I don't understand how you run in a campaign without telling me what you stand for. I don't get it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this woman can be so dumb that when she's given set-up questions like on The View, what would you do different? She didn't have one prepared. You knew you were going to get that question. I mean, I could do it. I could do it cold. What do you think, Karen?
Yeah, that was just an idiotic move on her part not to have a prepared answer for that. But what's she going to say without throwing away the past, 4 years? And
here, I'll play Kamala Harris. We let it get away from us in the inner cities, and we need to expand the funding of police. So one of the things that I would do differently is expand policing in the cities, because I have a background as a prosecutor and I can bring law and order to a lot of these communities. There's a lot of ways she could answer that. I did that off the top of my head, and I'm not running for president.
But she spent like 3.5 years saying the opposite, though, like supporting
And
organizations.
the way you get around that is you say, there, you know what? I was a loyal vice president, and loyalty is a good thing. You don't vote for vice president, you vote for president. But now that I'm going to start out on my own, I'm pretending I'm Kamala again. Here's what I'm going to do different. Yada yada. It's not that hard.
If she truly has policies.
What are you thinking, Karen? I see that look of wryness on your face.
I'm actually at a friend's house right now, and their 11-year-old grandson was dressed as Trump, and his friend was a Secret Service member for Halloween, and they were trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, and the kids knew very well that not everybody was going to be thrilled with their costumes, but they went to his one house, and this woman just started shrieking at the two kids and yelling at them, and you're disgusting and all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't give them any candy, and was literally like just shrieking and telling the kids and the mother, you're disgusting, get out of my neighborhood, you don't belong here and stuff. And I'm like, what adult, what in their right mind makes them think that they can treat 11-year-old children that way? I mean,
I'm telling you, these people are out of their mind. Did you see the video of the progressive? I think it was outside of Madison Square Garden, where the woman started screaming at the kid in the stroller?
Yes. I mean, and the other lady pulled her aside.
Yeah, because even the lady knew that this was like, come on, calm it down. But it's like they lose all perspective.
Yeah, I have several liberal friends, one of whom identifies so deeply with the Democrat Party because she spent her later teenage years living with her mother, left Fairfax County, Virginia, moved to rural West Virginia when her parents got divorced, and her mother was into the National Organization of Women and the Equal Rights Amendment and abortion rights and birth control and all that kind of stuff. And so my friend just so deeply identifies with the Democrat Party, and I've known her for 30 years. I've known her husband for about 28, and I know their values. I know their goals, their dreams, their aspirations, that kind of stuff. And they're so deeply entrenched in being Democrats that they don't realize that party no longer stands for the same things that they stand for. And it's just bizarre how all sorts of common sense just seems to have gone out the window. And I've seen it over and over and over.
It blows my mind. When I was a kid, the Democrats were the working man's party, and they were the party of the union members, not the union leadership. And they were the Democrats were the working guy, and the Republicans were at the country club. And it is just flipped. Yeah. It's just amazing to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just said it's a complete 180. It's bizarre.
And I think this is a class. This isn't about race, and this isn't about religion, and this isn't about gender. It's about class. It's about the elites pooping on the heads of the working people in this country. Yeah. It's like, I don't know if you heard me before, but of the last GDP of 2.8%, where they said it was a great number, 100% of that was just government consumption. There's no growth taking place in the private economy. And so many people are living hand to mouth, and credit is so high and defaults.
Yeah, by design.
Exactly, Nar, by design.
What are you seeing out there in California economically? Are you seeing a recession out there yet in Los Angeles or not?
So I'm Armenian, so we don't feel a recession when it comes. It's very funny, but it's true because I don't know. I feel like I've not felt any of the recessions that have come on because we live in such an echo chamber amongst ourselves. So if I'm lacking, my community comes through, or like family comes through, but we never really feel like, okay, so yeah, eggs are expensive, but I'm also not buying coffee. I'd rather buy eggs. Yeah, I don't need to buy bags and go shopping. I buy groceries. So we got to just adjust, So what does it mean to feel the recession? So you got to prioritize, in my opinion, until, we're over this hump. And then we, start all over again. And I feel like we have to come to terms that this is just going to happen forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And you have to be prepared to adjust yourself accordingly.
Do you have a podcast? Did I hear you have a podcast?
I do. It's called Bad Moms. Good talk.
What is Bad Moms about? Go ahead.
So in 2020, I start like 2020, everything started for me. I was a liberal, atheist, feminist. I mean, you name it. I was completely on the left. And, you know, I have two sons. And when they were forced to stay at home and I had to like homeschool, I had to teach. I just a lot of things came bombarding onto us and upon us as parents. Eventually, I pulled my kids out of school. They're in a homeschool pod now. We've created a micro school amongst like-minded parents. So bad moms, then what I'm trying to say, I gave you like the overview. Bad moms is what does it mean to be a good mom, a bad mom? You know, it's a play on words, so to say. So some might consider me a bad mom for certain things that I do, but what does it mean to be a bad mom? So we're just redefining. If we can redefine what a woman is, I'm gonna go ahead and redefine.
I think that's
my
more fair.
You know, as a father of 4 children, and I have grandchildren too, and it's like the center of my, it's the one thing I think I did well. Tell me if you agree with this as a mom. This from a father's point of view. I think that 99% of being a good parent is just showing up. You know, you got to show up for everything. That's pretty much what I've learned. And be consistent. Show up for everything. And if you're going to be strict, be strict. And if you're going to be easy, but don't go strict to easy to strict. It confuses them and screws them up. And as long as you do that, you're good to go. What do you think?
100% agree with you. Consistency is the one thing that your children can rely on because everything else is liable to change, the world outside. But you being consistent with them shows that they can confide in you, rely on you, and vice versa. You can also rely on them because then you guys have something to gauge. Whereas, yeah, if you're going up and down, you're never going to have a point to gauge your relationship with your children.
That's for sure.
And
What do you say? Karen, I see you wanting to chime in.
yeah, I was blessed to have very good parents. I don't have children of my own. And part of why I don't have children is because I knew what it would take to be a good mom. And I wasn't willing to make those sacrifices. So at least I knew that about myself. Plus, it wasn't as easy when I was younger. You couldn't take time off, go back in the workforce. There's no working from home. There's no online schools, you know, that kind of stuff. But, you know, having very good, very consistent parents, one of whom was a Republican, one was a Democrat. So we had very interesting, lively debates, but one grew up on a farm in Montana on a ranch, and one grew up in a copper mining town in Montana. So very different upbringings. But to your point earlier, like having the consistency, as Nar said, is it gives the infrastructure from which the kids can go out on their own and learn who they are, because they've got that framework, that foundation, that consistency that's always there. So you go off, you try something, you fail, you come back, and your home base is still the same. So I applaud you, Nar. I think that's a wonderful endeavor.
You know, but from a male point of view, I think we have to, tell me what you think. This is a Herbie idea. You can think it's dumb, but I think that at the root of all of our problems is the disintegration of the nuclear family. And I think the 3 things are the primary cause of it. Okay. Number 1 is the birth control pill. Now, in 1961 was when the birth control pill was first approved, and then the wheels came off. And I'm old enough to remember this. That's what caused the sexual revolution, because suddenly girls who were told to be virginal were told, yeah, have at it. You know, I mean, here's this pill, and it just like took the romance out of it. And it was the first step in destroying the nuclear family. It used to be, and I don't want to be too graphic, but a lot of guys in the old days, you know, when I was younger, the girl you married was often the only girl you've ever slept with. And so you don't get into that whole sexual comparison and who's great at this and things that are unimportant, as we both know, those of us who have a few miles under our belt. You know, love has to turn into something more mature, and that's never going to happen when you're sleeping with 100 people and comparing them. So birth control pills, number 1. Number 2, no fault divorce. If you don't have children, that's fine. If you 2 people get together and it's not working out and they don't have children, that's fine. But the minute you have a child, at least in my view, it's not about you anymore. It's about that child. And divorce should be hard. I mean, you shouldn't be able just to say, oh, we're incompatible. That's just too bad, because every single social study that's been done that's credible, that's been, properly conducted shows that kids raised in a single parent family are more likely to go off the rails. That's not to say that all kids in single parent families go off the rails, but if you look at school shooters, 95% of them have been the product of single parent families.
Usually,
what were you saying, Nar?
Usually raised by moms.
And it's not because moms are bad, but dads. That I'll tell you a funny story. I've never spanked my child, and I've never had to punish them because all I ever had to do was say to them, and this is a true story, "You're punished," and they break into tears. Oh my God, we're punished. If you have the right relationship with them, then you don't have to worry about stuff like that. Hey, listen, don't go away. We're going to have to cut out for a little commercial message, but we'll be right back. Stay where you are. Peace, Woodstock tie-dye.
Oh, nice.
What's this about?
So we're doing DJs at the polls to encourage people to come out and vote.
Okay. So how long are you at here on polls?
So I have like 3 different locations that I'm doing. Yeah.
Guys, welcome back. I am told our time is coming to an end, and I'm just hanging in there having fun. Anything you guys want to add before we go off? By the way, it is now 7:25 Arizona time, which is Mountain time. What's that?
Polls are closed.
Polls are closed. By 8 o'clock, 35 minutes from now, we're going to know who won. Mark my words. When Pennsylvania goes and Virginia goes, it's over.
May God hear your words.
I hope so. I hope so, because the thought of more of that. Karen, there's one thing I wanted to ask you. I saw basketball on your shirt. What's with the basketball?
I went to the Phoenix Suns game last night. Watched them win in the last seconds. So I just had my Phoenix Suns shirt from last night. So.
Do you have tickets?
I had tickets last night. I had nice tickets in the suite right by where all the players jumped out. We were 8 rows up.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
I am so jealous.
What was the third thing? So birth control.
Birth control, get away with no fault divorce, and you have to end welfare. You have to end AFDC. Anything you subsidize, you get more of. AFDC, Aid to Family with Dependent Children, pays women to have babies out of childbirth. That has to stop. Not be reformed. Stop. We have to stop paying women or young girls to have babies without fathers. And we got to bring back the shotgun marriage. I'm sorry. As a man, I told my sons the same thing. If you get a girl pregnant, A, don't keep it a secret. B, tell me immediately. And C, we'll help, we'll support, we'll do what we have to do. But you have to take responsibility.
Yes. I've told my son that too, and he's 12.
It's never too early. There was a group. Go ahead, Nora. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying. I was concurring with what Herbie was saying. We will support that. There's no reason not to.
I told my sons and daughters both, if you get into trouble, just don't keep it a secret.
Yes.
Just the sooner you tell me, I'm not going to be mad. Your mother's not going to be mad. No one's going to throw themselves. We're going to help you. Don't keep it a secret.
Yes.
To your point, Herbie, there was a group of young ladies about 15 years ago, because my niece is 15, in South Dakota. One of them got pregnant by accident, or unexpectedly, at least.
That's a better word. I was going to say it's never by accident, but unexpectedly.
Unexpectedly. And then because she was a minor, and I don't know what the situation was with her parents and stuff, but the state paid for everything. And so then a bunch of girls started getting pregnant because they're like, oh yeah, the state pays for everything.
Oh my God.
See,
yeah.
That has to come to an end. And the problem is these girls who are raised, particularly in single parent families, without a father, I tell you as a father of daughters, I'm sure that particularly in Nar's case, I'm sure you've seen this too. What fathers do for daughters is give them the confidence to be in the world. The world's a tough place for a woman, and the father is the one that has to say you're special and you're beautiful and you're loved, and that's the dad's role, and you're protected. And when you don't have that, then these girls go looking for it with these boys who are only thinking about sex because they're not old enough to calm down Men don't mature till they're 40. I'm sorry. I have to tell you, in 2020 hindsight, I didn't have a brain in my head until I started to get gray hair. I swear to God. And I'm pretty sure that's consistent.
They're your
Women,
wisdom.
what are you saying, Nar?
Wisdom strands. Every gray hair is a wisdom strand.
I love
You know, they
that.
say that good decisions come from experience, but experience comes from bad decisions. This is why my hair is white and my beard too.
Well, I think if the Dems get in power, they're going to push universal basic income. I saw a stat the other day that I can't quite recall, but I want to say the reliance on government payments is up over 20%, but I don't remember the statistic off the top of my head. But the point is the reliance on government has increased more than gradually over the past, I don't know, 10 to 15 years, if I remember correctly. And to where something like 40% of people are relying on the government to meet their basic needs. And I think
52% of people don't pay any income taxes at all.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of hearing about soak the rich. If we took all the billionaires' money away, we'd pay about 6 months of the interest on the national debt. And then we'd have a lot of unemployed people. I mean, they sound stupid, these people.
Well, and then the Biden administration was touting the growth in jobs, but almost all of it has come from the federal government. To your point, Herbie, it wasn't from the private sector.
I actually was looking at that statistic yesterday. If you look at all the jobs created since Biden's claim to start creating them post-COVID, the nearly 3 million, of those, 212,000 are private sector. Everything else is government.
Yeah.
And that's pathetic. What'd you say, Nar?
They're just fattening their own pockets. They're lining their own pockets on our dime. They're not representing us. They're rogue representatives.
We've got to, last thing, we got to get rid of the Federal Reserve. They shouldn't be allowed to print money anytime they want it. And one of the things that Elon Musk wants to do, and I hope that Trump supports him, is audit the Fed. We've got to find out what's really going on in there. We have no idea what's on their books. And they've never been audited. That's insane.
Well, they're a private corporation and they don't have to consent to an audit. So,
well, guess what? If the Congress says you're going to get audited, you're going to get audited. And they need to be audited. They need to be shut down. I've always asked, what would you replace them with? And my answer is always the same. If you cut out a tumor, you don't replace it. You know, you just let the market take care of itself. Anyway, guys, I have to say goodbye. Thank you for joining us. It was a lot of fun. I love meeting both of you. And peace out.
Thank you,
Herbie. Thank you for having me.
If you have a chance, pick up my book, A Radical Reset, on Amazon. You'll enjoy it, I promise. It sounds like me.
Absolutely.
Because I actually wrote it.
Very nice. Very nice.
Take care, you guys.
How do we get in touch with Nar?
Oh, no. How do we get in touch with
Nar on her podcast?
Oh, yeah. Nar, tell us about your podcast, where people go.
Sure. You can follow Bad Moms Media on Instagram, and all the links will be posted there for easy following.
I was checking while you were talking. You're on Spotify. I checked that right away, which is where I listen to my podcast. But yeah, I'll be checking it out. Sounds great. Everyone listen to Bad Moms. Do I have it right?
Yes. Good talks.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now I'll say thanks and have a beautiful evening. Take care.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
you.
Are you ready to go home, my little girl? Are you ready to go home? My dog is here next to me. Are you ready to go home? Oh, are you ready to go home? Are you ready? She said, I've been ready for hours, Daddy. Pepper.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Lead, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, content AI, workflow AI, reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending. Say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android. Manage your business on the go, even if you're stuck in traffic. Unlimited funnels. Create as many sales funnels as your heart desires. Unlimited landing pages. Capture leads like a pro. Unlimited appointment scheduling. No more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging Lee's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.
Isn't working again. I'm roasting in here. Hi there. I'm from Canaloo Air. I'm here to fix your air conditioner.
Canaloo Air is a family-owned HVAC company that specializes in residential air conditioning and heating. We offer a variety of services, including installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance. Canaloo Air. We keep your home comfortable all year round. Call us today for a free quote. Why Canaloo Air? Here are the top 5 reasons. Family-owned and operated. We are committed to high-quality service. Our technicians use the highest quality parts and equipment. The business is a member of the Home Advisor Elite Service Award program. And finally, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Visit our website, canilooair.com, or call us today, 602-609-3480, to schedule an appointment.
Now you call me so fucking late.
So I have 4 total. So the one that helps with the podcast, this one, and then those 2 that were. Yeah. She comes with me the most. That's what she knows. So it's a peek into the rest.
Yeah. Georgia, they're hanging out now, 79% there. President Trump is in the like 300,000, 200, 300,000 vote rate. Do you see?
Hi, can I talk now? Hi. Yeah. Hi. So this is Cheryl Rosado, and I am live from Chandler. I'm at the MCRC party. I don't know, like my nose is like all up in here. It's super loud over here. Sorry, guys. But we're having a great time. It's a really energetic. Everyone is just excited. They're streaming the Benny show and watching everybody as they're calling the states, and they're talking about all the different, as numbers are rolling in. Everyone is super excited. So it was super loud back there. I had to walk away because there's definitely a good amount of people. The parking lot was full. I had to park on the street, me and the kids. But we came, we're here. There's so many people. You want to come say hi? My daughter's here. Say hi. So we're here, and they have food for us, and they have drinks for everybody. If you're interested, I know there's still seats available. Let me see. So we're just looking at all the numbers rolling in, and everyone's really excited. Oh, let me see if I can say snag really fast. Do you have time for talk? Just say hello? No? It's okay. Really. Sorry. There's so many people here, so much going on. That was Chair Berlin walking by, but he's got something going on, so he doesn't have time to say hi right now. Shelby Bush is here. I saw her earlier, and I've seen lots and lots of PCs, people that I know, and it's just good to have everybody here doing their thing, and everyone is in just absolutely terrific spirits. We're just waiting. Obviously the polls have now closed. They closed about an hour ago. As I was driving home from the studio, I passed the polling location closest to me, and I could see the line was way past the 70-foot line, 5-foot line. It was just an incredible line. So I was kind of shocked to see how many people were still in line. I drove by another location on purpose to see what that looked like, and I could see a lot of cars, but from the street I couldn't see the line. So I'm not quite sure how long that line was, but people are, everyone seems pretty excited, kind of tired. A lot of us been up since forever, and it's been a lot of long days and a lot of work. So it's finally here, the culmination of everything, and everyone's really excited, and we've got so much hope in the room right now. So thank you for letting me chat and give you an update. And if you want, I'll try and come back. But let's see. When they called North Carolina, like the room went crazy. So I know we're waiting to hear about Georgia. We really want to hear Georgia, and that will be very exciting for us. And I got just people coming by. Everyone's super happy. I got to run. The kids need me. It's kind of crazy here. But thank you. Thanks for having me.
Isn't working again. I'm roasting in here. Hi there. I'm from Canaloo Air. I'm here to fix your air conditioner.
Canaloo Air is a family-owned HVAC company that specializes in residential air conditioning and heating. We offer a variety of services, including installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance. Canaloo Air. We keep your home comfortable all year round. Call us today for a free quote. Why Canaloo Air? Here are the top 5 reasons. Family-owned and operated. We are committed to high-quality service. Our technicians use the highest quality parts and equipment. The business is a member of the Home Advisor Elite Service Award program. And finally, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Visit our website, canilooair.com, or call us today, 602-609-3480, to schedule an appointment.
To the next level? Imagine faster extractions, purer products, and more profits. Sounds good, right? At Pure 5 Extraction, we've revolutionized cannabis extraction with our game-changing technology. No solvents, no heat, just the cleanest, most natural process on the market. Whether you're a boutique grower or a large-scale operation, Pure 5 has the tools to elevate your business worldwide. Visit pure5extraction.com today. Pure 5 Extraction, because your plants deserve the best.
And sales tools that don't deliver? Introducing a Lead, your all-in-one business superhero at a fraction of the cost. Imagine a world where your marketing campaigns don't fizzle like a wet firework. Your sales pipeline isn't as messy as your sock drawer. Your website isn't as boring as a tax code. A Lead makes it all possible and affordable. But here's the catch. Traditional pricing, it's like trying to buy a unicorn at a horse auction. Expensive. Here is the average small business monthly budget breakdown. Marketing tools, $100. Then a sales software for $80. How about a website builder? That's another $50. Don't forget to use a CRM to track all the networking groups you attend to store business card information. Yep, $40. Oh yeah, the latest greatest artificial intelligence, automation tools, another $30. And the list goes on, but we're different and feeling quite generous to help reduce those critical monthly fees. For a limited time, you can get a Lead, the all-in-one marketing suite for just $1 per day. That's right, $365 for a year of unlimited everything. There are pay-as-you-go costs for as-needed services with the average small business spending, just $25 to $35 per month. If you want, dedicated SMS calls and a marketing phone number, inbound and outbound text messages and phone calls, email sending, email address validation, Content AI, Workflow AI, Reviews AI, WordPress website hosting, unlimited CRM contacts, no more contact limits, unlimited email sending, say goodbye to email restrictions, smartphone app for iOS or Android, manage your business on the go even if you're stuck in traffic, unlimited funnels, create as many sales funnels as your heart desires, unlimited landing pages, capture leads like a pro, unlimited appointment scheduling, no more double booking disasters. Unlimited AI automation. Let AI handle the grunt work while you sip margaritas on a beach or at least at your desk. Plus the best part, all future upgrades and bug fixes are included. But hurry, spots are filling up faster than a donut shop on a Monday morning. Once these spots are gone, the price goes back up to the original $300 per month. Don't miss out on this incredible deal. Over $800 in yearly savings. Act now and start saving your business from inflation. By leveraging a Lead's comprehensive features and capabilities, small business owners can streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and drive growth. Click the link in the video description to schedule a meeting with us to answer questions or get you onboarded. Remember, this offer is limited and spots are limited. Thanks for watching.